Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Greetings and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Greetings, so Alicia, and anybody else who's here and not typing, welcome. I'm glad to be here tonight. Oh, Alicia, 18 months. 18 months a member. You guys need to join Alicia and become a member. I need members. Hey, Maria, I hope everything is going well for you. Our lights came back on Thursday after being out all week almost. So I hope all is going well for you as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody, I kind of want to go back to where we all started from. You know, a lot of people don't like Donald Trump, but I used to listen to him when he was president and when he would go abroad and give speeches. And one thing he always talked about was the sovereignty of the nation. Oh, thank you so much, Alicia. I gotta do it again. Do it, do it, do it again. Woo-hoo-hoo. Thank you so much. Yesterday, y'all, I spent listening to the Dells. I don't know how many of you guys know the Dells, a singing group that their career spans 60 years, 6 decades. And I used to love a lot of their songs. They have beautiful voices. And I got hooked on them. Somehow, I think when the lights came back on, I just started doing all kind of stuff, you know, with the YouTube and the TV. And then I got hooked on Prince. I like a Lady Cab Driver. It gets stuck in my head, so I had to play that for I don't know how many times. And then Why You Want to Treat Me So Bad, I like that by Prince. And Somebody. Those are 3 of my favorite songs by Prince, so I played them till I couldn't play them anymore. And then I went to the Dells, and then I went and looked at every concert they had on YouTube. I had a good time yesterday with all of the musicians. We had a very good time. But I'm going back to kind of like where we started from. And as I was telling you guys before, I wanted to thank Alicia so much for the super chat and her 18 months membership. That means an awful lot. But when I would hear Donald Trump give a speech, He said something I never ever heard presidents say when they go abroad. He always spoke about those nations, but he always told them that we were fighting for our nation's sovereignty and birthright. And if you're like me, most of the time, the only thing we knew about birthright was Esau and Jacob. That's what most of us knew. I'm sure there are some who are scholars and who have studied and probably have heard of a birthright before, but that's the only thing. When I learned that our birthright was stolen, that's the only thing that I could equate a birthright to. And as Phyllis loved to say, what the daddy say? He say, you smell like Esau, but you sound like Jacob. And that was the trickster, and he blessed him anyway, knowing that kind of happens like that to people. Yeah, 60 years, Alicia, 60 years. And several of them are no longer with us. Boy, but those voices, if you hear them, you get hooked on them. You just get hooked on them. It's like getting hooked on phonics. Can't let it go. But that's one of the things that I admired about Donald Trump. And he always said he wasn't a politician, he was a businessman, so I can go for that. But when I heard him speak of stuff that I was just learning about, it really made me excited, because I learned that we do have a nationality. It's Asiatic. We don't want to claim it because we don't want to believe it, because we were not taught that in school. And most of our pastors took an oath to the life of them, or the to not reveal the secret truth. So they all entered the 501c3 tax exemption. And nobody wants to believe not their good pastor would do such a thing. But just look at the pastors who told the secret and what happened to them shortly thereafter. I don't have a voice. Nobody even comes in here and listen hardly but us. And so they don't consider us much. So we're safe over here. Then maybe not. But my daddy taught me, if you was born to burn, you ain't gonna drown. And when you're fulfilling your purpose in life, you can only do what you're purposed to do. And however that takes you, or wherever it takes you, that's where you go. And that's where you are. When I used to attend church a lot, and I love certain gospel songs that I still love to this day. And there was one, send thee, I'll go, send me, Lord. It sounds good singing in a song, but most people, if the Lord said, get up and go now, you ain't going. You would have every excuse in the world why not today. You don't mind going, Lord, but not today. And that's the kind of way it is with us as a people and dealing with reality and our truth. Right now, I haven't lit a cigarette, so I'm going to come on camera. I'm happy to be able to film because it started raining again profusely this evening, right before it was time for me to come on. I said, I guess, really, I don't know what's going on, but if we have electricity, raining or not, I'm going to have to go on and go on. And it stopped. Doesn't mean it won't start back, but it stopped. I just think there's some things that are so very important. People do things and they try to embarrass you, and they think that, you are afraid of their ignorance. No, you're afraid of their psychopathic thinking and the people that follow them. But again, I don't control life or death. All I do is live. And I encourage everybody to do just that. Live your best life. Even when you're going through trials and tribulations and trouble, when you're broke as I am and your bills are all behind because you're so giving and people think you're so stupid and you've helped everybody and now you paying most of your money in interest and it's a joke to everybody. It's okay. Hold your head up and just pay what you can pay and keep on going. Better days are coming. Now, I can't say when. I can't say how. I know how I got here. And I don't think I would do life any different. Maybe if I knew the YouTube game, I wouldn't support it so many people and join memberships and they don't even visit my channel. Perhaps, I guess memberships are really for people who really support you. Because I find that most of the YouTubers, especially the bigger ones, they'll join each other's because they're getting each other's people. But, as far as you supporting them and giving to them and speaking in their chat, and they don't care. They don't return the support. So then you have to learn to draw the line. And I learned a beautiful word. It's called D-O-N-E, done. And if you're done with something, you don't have to have emotional ties to it. Because when you are just, over it, you say, or I'm going to just move on, you still may have some residual feelings. But I don't know, it's something about that D, that O, that N, and that E. And I guess maybe if you've had food and it was done to perfection, it's satisfying. Well, that's where it is when you are done with an issue or a person for whatever reason. Because generally there is a reason. You can believe that. It's going to be a reason. But when you're done, you're done. And you don't have all that emotional baggage. Your heart don't beat fast when you hear or see whoever that person is out of anxiety of anger or caring for, lusting for, wanting, whatever your situation may be. I have noticed listening in different people's chats, though, there are a lot of hurting people on YouTube, a lot of men especially, and I believe they really want to have real conversations, but a lot of our women are so gangster, and they can't have conversations. It seems like it's, I don't know what it is. And that's kind of why I named my YouTube what I've named it tonight. You see, I just believe, I know the CIA gave us conspiracy theory, and I think every time you start speaking truth to power in a public setting, they say you're a conspiracist, but everything is not a conspiracy theory. It may be a conspiracy, but not always a theory. Some things are as real as the nose on your face. Some things are as real as the weight on your body. Some things are as real as no teeth in your head. But people forget, even when toothless, the tiger still bites. Because the tiger is always a tiger, even when wounded. People forget that. But I'm here to remind them, I am Toothless Tiger. I do what I say I'm going to do, and I am who I say I am. And however it turn out, I'm all right. I'm all right. When I started out here, I had nobody in the chat. Then I looked up and Alicia was in the chat. Then Maria's in the chat. Now there's 7 people in the chat, and I appreciate each and every one of you. And you don't never have to type in the chat if you don't feel like it. But please hit the like button. And once the video is over, just go hit an emoji. You don't even have to say anything if you choose not to comment, because it's very hard in a world where people are so envious. And if you share any kind of knowledge or comprehension of things, then others will attack you. And it's so very unfortunate, but that's life. And you can't change it to save your life. So what you do is live your life. It is written that as much that lies within you, you do your best to keep the peace. You can't do it for everybody, but you can do it for yourself. And that's what you do. So, I kind of want to go back because I have these people, and if you had a chance to see the thumbnail, the top left is, his name is Mayor Rothschild. And the gentleman below him is J.D. Rockefeller. And the gentleman to the right of him is J.P. Morgan. And the gentleman under J.P. Morgan is Frederick T. Gates. Those are the white men aristocracy. But I took the men out and just changed it to white aristocracy. These are the faces of families that own the system. I don't know if I put it in there, and if I did not, I will go back and put it in there, but I think I did in the description about the Federal Reserve Banks, what happened on Jekyll Island back in 13 and before, when the secret meeting was done and they decided to do away with our currency, as we called it currency, because money, as it is written in the Constitution, is silver and gold. And when they decided to get rid of that and come up with the Federal Reserve System and put 12 Federal Reserve banks in different regions so that the federal can reach into the states, I need y'all to read about it. All I can do is give you keys. Hey, Kelly G, good to see you. All I can do is give you keys. Oh, Kelly, you don't have one? Boss Cap, hey. Do I really see Boss Cap? That is beautiful. Boss Cap, that is absolutely beautiful. And if you never come back, it's okay. But I'm going to give you that. Because I love it when I see you in Shugs. Okay. So, when I go back and I think about what's really going on with these women, you know, if you remember, I did a video and they didn't pay me for it, and it's okay. It's really not okay, but ain't nothing you can do about it, so you accept it. But it was about how Moynihan made the what we call black woman, Asiatic woman, the enemy of the states. See, they make us the topic of welfare. And they may even put us on the news in the picture of welfare. But the honest to goodness truth, the people that are ranked number one in welfare, last I checked, now it may have changed, so don't quote me on this, do your own research, are the European Americans. You know, those that come from Sweden, Ireland, and all those good places? Yeah, those people that know where their grandpa came from and came over here with 5 cents and 25 cents, and they was rowing in the back of the boat and they were hanging on to the propellers and all that. Yeah, those people. And everybody that came were not colonizers. And all the colonizers that came didn't just look like them. Some looked like us. And that's how we were bamboozled. Because it still happens every day, every Sunday. You know, it's written that that's the most segregated day of the year, but we all pretend we serve the same God. We're supposed to have the freedom to serve or not serve in this country. That's what the First Amendment to the Constitution guarantees us. But you better not say you're not a Christian. Then you become an atheist and the worst thing and a child of the devil and, oh, you ain't no good. And you become anything but who you are. You have the right to be who you are in this place, in this life. That's one of the things that I heard Donald Trump talk about. I'm not for or against Donald Trump. I've always loved him, as I will share with anybody. As a young person, I loved him and his wife, Ivana, and their little children. They were millionaires. They looked beautiful when they were out as a family, or just when she and her husband was out at some dinner of some politician, or being honored for something he's done. We have to start asking ourselves, how is it that everybody done turned on Donald Trump? Kind of just like everybody don't like us Asiatics. How is it that everybody in the world hate us? It has to be a reason. And it ain't because of your beautiful melanated skin that you like to say, because we come in all flavors. You see, we are the givers of life. And if you recall, it's once said that the two freest people in the world is the European man and the Asiatic woman. That sounds real good. Makes for a good storyline. Somebody ought to do a movie. But that's not truth. Oh, we are the backbone of America. We are the bane of everything. We are the givers of life. Yes, we are. We have history to prove it. We even nursed babies that were not ours. What that mean? You tell me. You see, we didn't get all the history wrong. They didn't tell it all right either. So I'm just going to share a little bit how they are using these women. And let's go with the women. At the bottom, that's Letitia James, who's an attorney general in New York. There's Fonnie Willis, who is a DA in Fulton County, who ran when she's talking to the Asiatic community on gang violence and women abuse. But I'm going to show y'all how much she cares about gang violence and women abuse with how much she spends of her who know how many $1 million budget. We know she gets $36.6 million. And then we know that she had $75,000 that she got a portion of, but nobody can tell us what the portion was. We know that she got grants from the state level as well as the federal level, the $488,000. We know that she got $2 million for the test for women that had been essayed. And we'll see how much she spent in those areas. We know she had a boy toy who looks like he's deranged. And now he's making the circuit as if he's a victim. Not that he walked out on a wife who was ill, who thought her husband was with her in sickness and in health. That didn't happen. No, he had her fooled. And as long as she had to go take care of her mom and dad, she could be fooled. Until the great reveal came. Everybody's doing great reveals on YouTube lately. His was November the 1st, 2021, when she gave him the position. November the 2nd, 2021, his wife found out on the 3rd, her great reveal, because he filed for a divorce. One that he has not signed off on, by the way. Let's remember that. Kelly G said, my great-grandmother took care of many children in the home she cleaned. They spoke at her funeral. That's the same thing with my mother, Kelly. my mother. You see, I understand life for real, though. That's why I tell these people. I was born in Jim Crow. I hope these people will never know what I know, but I can guarantee you they're going to know worse. Because they're going to live this new thing that's happening to us. Because they refuse to do what they should be called to do. Everybody claims they love the Lord. I don't know if it's Lord Johnson, or if it's Lords of London, or if it's Lord and Taylor. I don't know what Lord people are loving. I honestly don't. Maybe they're lording over themselves. I don't know. But they certainly don't see who they claim is their savior in other people. If they did, they would do better. They wouldn't be on here scamming and mistreating people, exposing people's lives as if it's search for tomorrow. Peyton Place, The Young and the Restless, General Hospital. That's where they want somebody to end up, or in dark shadows. That's what I believe, just from their actions, just from the dumb, stupid things I hear people say and do. That's just my thoughts. And again, everything I'm speaking is my thoughts, my research. You don't have to believe not one word that I say. I'm all right with that. But if anything that I say resonate with you at all, by all means, take notes, look it up. It's going to help you in the long run. You see, it's written that, and there's different versions of what's written. But I just use this one. When, as I studied growing up, King James, whom the Son has made free is free indeed. A lot of people like the version that sets you free. But see, sometimes you may not be moving. You got to free your mind. You may not be set free, but you can be made free. Just like you asked to be made over again, another. When you ask that, you're not asking to go back in the womb. You're not asking to start back when you were 2, which you may have to go back to 2 in the vicissitudes of your mind. You may have to go back so that you can uncover whatever it is that ails you. Because we all have had life trauma. We all have. Some worse than others. And for those, because we know it's not all or nothing. So for the 1 or 2 human beings that escaped it, I'm happy for you. Wished it could have been me. But then I was taught if you never felt pain, you couldn't know what love is. If you've never messed up, you couldn't know what right is. And you got to keep doing it until you get it right. Because I learned all these people that use these words, integrity, honor, truth, morals, are the most unscrupulous people. And that's why I said, why did the faces of white aristocracy become the faces of unscrupulous black women? And again, this is just one woman's opinion, mine. Alicia said, he is trying to string that poor woman along. That's got to be hard. Maria said, yep, free is a train of thought. And if you believe it, then you are it. Free. And that is so very true. It's very true. And sometimes you may even go back into the prison of your own mind. And it's okay. We human. You got to feel whatever it is you feel, whether it's good or bad. The only thing I would ask is what the word asks. It say, be angry, but sin not. So I would tell you to just feel what you feel. Just don't hurt nobody. And if you can help it, don't hurt yourself. If it's any help to be had, seek it. But you got to seek wise counsel. Because everybody that say, Lord, Lord, is not of who everybody call him. I call the all. Everybody is not a part of the all. But they will come. It's like a lot of people you meet on this social media. They would come as sheaves with wolves with sheaves clothing. And then they want to come out and tell me they a wolf pack. When actually they just a wussy pack. And they're afraid. They're cowardice. Have no feelings. And have a true hatred and disdain for women. And the only thing that brings me to is you had to have had an issue with the woman that gave you life. Because that's where your beginning comes from with the woman. You see, we set the tone for everything. We set the government. We set it all. Whether people believe that or not. You don't have to. Whether people listen to me or not, you don't have to. I'm going to do what I do because it's in me to do. And I need for whoever this is meant for to one day just be going through YouTube. Because I don't have a big following and I don't get a lot of pushing out. But you're just looking for something and happen up on old Toothless and decide to listen. Some people, one or two that is coming my chat, want to know why you take so long before you come on. Don't nobody want to just hear no piano playing? Probably not. I do my best to give people an opportunity to hear the beginning. But they can always rewind. I could always cut out the beginning. But not. I do everything I do for a reason. And it pleases me. It may not please nobody else, but I have a following that have been with me 18, 20 months. Members, actually. I would love more members, more subscribers, but I don't get too caught up in that because I know I'm not going to be coming on more and more and more. And it's not fair to you guys. You accept me the way I am. And every now and then I'll put out a video throughout the week. And I greatly appreciate any support that it gets. It means a lot. Also, y'all need to know Liquid Concrete be dropping some real serious knowledge. And she does her research. And you can take it for what it's worth. But she be dropping some knowledge. And one of the things she talks about is the boule, the secret societies. And we got to know that that's what distinguish the haves from the have-nots. You know, your sororities, you know, your daughters of the revolution, you know, your fraternities, you know, your orders. And we have to also understand that every last one of those societies are not bad. They're not. There are some that do a lot of good. There are some that do not. And if you believe in the 7 Hermetic principles, which I shared with you guys, and you can go back and look at them if you forgot what they were. If you look at those Hermetic principles, you will see that there is an opposite to everything. Everything is constantly moving, whether it looks like it's sitting still or not. Vibration is everywhere. Everything ebbs and flows. The moon actually rules the waters, even the flow of blood through your body. It controls the woman's cycle. And so anytime you're off, then that means you're out of harmony with nature. And if you understood how this thing works, how the hatred is so real, and how they've thrown us off of who we are and given us everything artificial, but tell us artificial is not good, but everything we have almost is artificial. We don't even have real vegetables anymore. You think you're eating real vegetables and they plastic. I mean, come on now. Keep it real. It's a lot we don't know, but let me get into the show because we're already 43 minutes in. I want to go back, as I stated, to the beginning. And then I'm going to tie in. I'm going to tie in what my belief is why these spaces that we know are the aristocracy are getting a pass and pushed to the back and not mentioned. And we have these sister girls or whatever they call themselves, the power shakers and fakers and makers, whatever they are. We have them running around amok. That's so very unfair to us as a people. And a lot of people think because Fani Willis won, that meant something. She was expected to win. Who would not vote for her when that's all they know? That's all they know. And then she tell the same lie, like politicians do. But I'll share some of that with you as I read from Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. I'm first going to start out with the philosophy page from the General Education Board, which was John D. Rockefeller and Frederick T. Gates, 1902. I've shared this with you guys many a time, but I think it's time to get back to the basics because Houston, we have a problem. And I'm in Dallas, Texas. But we have a problem. Okay. Founders of the General Education Board, John D. Rockefeller and Frederick T. Gates, 1902. In our dreams, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. The present education conventions fade from their minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive rural folk. Remember, back then we didn't have nothing but the country. We didn't have all the city slicking and all the city stuff. We should not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or men of science. We have not to raise up from among them authors, editors, poets, or men of letters. We should not search for embryo, great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, of whom we have an ample supply. The task we set before ourselves is very simple, as well as a very beautiful one. To train these people as we find them to a perfectly ideal life just where they are. That's what they actually teach us in school. We don't learn economics. We don't learn law. We don't learn politics. We don't learn agriculture, horticulture. We don't learn botany, anatomy. Oh, we may have a class or two. Civics, real world history. We may have a sentence or two, an hour or two. All we learn is a regime. How to walk single file, how to keep your hands on your side, how to sit in your desk, how to pay attention, and how to repeat. Because remember, repetition strengthens and confirms. Faith comes naturally. So, we will organize our children and teach them to do in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way, in the homes, in the shops, and on the farm. They learn astrology. We're told to keep away from it. That's witchcraft. If you listen to any court case, and you listen to them as they put things into evidence, and they talk about the pictures and the things that happen on the streets, they always mention the longitude and the latitude. Why is that? Anybody concerned? No, we not, because we don't think that means nothing. We don't have a clue. But they do the same thing when you're born. The position of the moon, the sun, when you're born. Astrology, astronomy, cosmology. Very important. We don't learn those things. We get Miss Cleo, lying, frauding, and going to prison. That's what we get. I'm going to take you into the book that I give away freely if anyone asks for it. Most people don't. But Quiet Weapons. Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. And I'm going to read some pages from 6 to 10, and then a couple 37, I think 38. So I'm not reading the whole thing. And if you'd like a copy of the book, all you have to do is email me. And I send these PDF files freely if anyone asks for them. The Henry Campbell's Black Law Dictionary, because words have a different meaning in law than they have in your normal dictionary. They have a language that's called legalese. One moment, please. Let me just see something here. Try to pull this up. I can't see it. There it is. Okay. So they're called legalese, and it's a secret language. And if you don't understand when you're leaving regular English and going into legalese, then you can find yourself in serious trouble. You can. I know what I know, I learn what I learn, and I comprehend in the manner in which I comprehend, and I don't always comprehend and get it right. But I just do my best, and if you don't get it right the first time, then try it again when you need to. Especially when you got permission to. You just try it again. Hopefully you would have learned something and do things a little different. Political introduction. In 1954, it was well recognized by those in positions of authority that it was only a matter of time, only a few decades, before the general public would be able to grasp and upset the cradle of power. for the very elements of the new silent weapon technology were as accessible for a public utopia as they were for providing a private utopia. The issue of primary concern, that of dominance, revolved around the subject of the energy sciences. Energy. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Natural science is the study of the sources and control of natural energy, and social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of the sources and control of social energy. Both are bookkeeping systems, mathematics. Therefore, mathematics is the primary energy science, and the bookkeeper can be king if the public can be kept ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. All science is merely a means to an end. The means is knowledge, the end is control. Beyond this remains only one issue: who will be the beneficiary? In 1954, this was the issue of primary concern, although the so-called moral issues were raised in view of the law of natural selection. It was agreed that a nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by choice and consent. That's what Kanye meant when he was saying you're choosing to be enslaved. It's too much available to us today for us to keep talking about how bad we're getting done. We are getting done bad, but a lot of it is because we're doing it to ourselves, and we're so selfish we won't share with our loved ones and teach the babies who we say are our future. Consequently, in the interest of future world order, peace, and tranquility, it was decided to privately wage a quiet war against the American public with an ultimate objective of permanently shifting the natural and social energy, parentheses, wealth, of the undisciplined and irresponsible many into the hands of the self-disciplined, responsible, and worthy few. Now that's their idea. In order to implement this objective, it was necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons, which, as it turned out, were a class of weapons so subtle and sophisticated in their principle of operation and public appearance as to earn for themselves the name silent weapons, quote unquote. And where the number one was up there, the footnote, this concept was never more than a questionable theory of elitist Charles Darwin. Okay, let's keep going. In conclusion, the objective of economic research as conducted by the magnates of capital banking and the industries of commodities, goods, and services is the establishment of an economy which is totally predictable and manipulatable. In order to achieve a totally predictable economy, the low-class elements of society must be brought under total control, must be housebroken, trained, and assigned a yoke and long-term social duties from a very early age, before they have an opportunity to question the propriety of the matter. In order to achieve such conformity, the lower class family unit must be disintegrated by a process of increasing preoccupation of the parents and the establishment of government-operated daycare centers for the occupationally orphaned children. And we do know that most of these adults spend all of their time on YouTube. And especially if you're one like me who's retired and don't do anything but look at other people looking at YouTube. The quality of education given to the lower class must be of the poorest sort, so that the moat of ignorance isolating the inferior class from the superior class is and remain incomprehensible to the inferior class. With such an initial handicap, even bright lower class individuals have little, if any, hope of extricating themselves from their assigned lot in life. So they're talking about the valedictorians that we produce. Those people, they're still nothings in the scheme of things because they're not teaching us anything, and they just excel at the things, I guess you say excel, at the things that they're not teaching us. Well, hello there, Phyllis and Nettie Nonstop, Regina M. Glad you guys joined me. Be sure and hit the like button. And thank you so much, Nettie. Individuals have little, if any, hope of extricating themselves from their assigned lot in life. This form of slavery is essential to maintain some measure of social order, peace, and tranquility for the ruling upper class. Descriptive introduction of the silent weapon. Oh, this is going to be good. I've read these things before, but I hope that we can see where things are going and that we really start taking notes and looking for ourselves so that we can be able to deal with this stuff as it happened to us. We will be able to at least recognize it. You know, it ain't much we can do, but there are things we can do. And the first thing is to teach our babies the truth and stop giving them the fantasy island lies that we grew up on. Everything that is expected from an ordinary weapon is expected from a silent weapon by its creators, but only in its own manner of functioning. It shoots situations instead of bullets, propelled by data processing instead of chemical reaction explosion, originating from bits of data instead of grains of gunpowder, from a computer instead of a gun, operated by a computer programmer instead of a marksman, under the orders of a banking magnate instead of a military general. Listen how the weapons have changed. So a lot of this, and especially for somebody like me who can't comprehend and don't like technology, those are the silent weapons. They're telling us how it's being done. It makes no obvious explosive noises, causes no obvious physical or mental injuries, and does not obviously interfere with anyone's daily social life. Yet, it makes an unmistakable noise, causes unmistakable physical and mental damage, and unmistakably interferes with the daily social life, i.e., unmistakable to a trained observer, one who knows what to look for. The public cannot comprehend this weapon, and therefore cannot believe that they are being attacked and subdued by a weapon. The public might instinctively feel that something is wrong, but that is because of the technical nature of the silent weapon. They cannot express their feelings in a rational way or handle the problem with intelligence. Therefore, They do not know how to cry for help and do not know how to associate with others to defend themselves against it. When a silent weapon is applied gradually, the public adapts to its presence and learns to tolerate its encroachment on their lives until the pressure, psychological via economic, becomes too great and they crack up. Therefore, the silent weapon is a type of biological warfare. It attacks the vitality options and mobility of the individuals of a society by knowing, understanding, manipulating, and attacking their sources of natural and social energy and their physical, mental, and emotional strengths and weaknesses. And this is true, y'all. And I know some of us have felt this. You don't have to be 65 to have felt these things. It's happening to us every day. Theoretical introduction. This is what Mayor Amschel Rothschild said. He was born 1743 and no longer with us 1812. Look at what he said. Give me control over a nation's currency, and I care not who make its laws. Now you better ask somebody, did he say something or not? Just ask somebody, did he say something? He said something. We see it every day. Every day. Okay. Today's silent weapons technology is an outgrowth of a simple idea discovered succinctly expressed and effectively applied by the quoted Mr. Mayor Amschel Rothschild. Mr. Rothschild discovered the missing passive component of economic theory known as economic inductance. He, of course, did not think of his discovery in these 20th century terms, and to be sure, mathematical analysis had to wait for the Second Industrial Revolution, the rise of the theory of mechanics and electronics, and finally, the invention of the electronic computer before it could be effectively applied in the control of the world economy. General energy concepts. General energy concepts. In the study of energy systems, there always appears three elementary concepts. These are potential energy, kinetic energy, and energy dissipation. And corresponding to these concepts, there are three idealized, essentially pure physical counterparts called passive components. No, not Armando Black. I'm good. That's who's good. Me. Hope you're doing well as well. Okay, hey, my moon child Pink, how you doing? Good to see you tonight. Number one, in the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of potential energy is associated with a physical property called elasticity. And boy, did I just mess that up. Elasticity or stiffness, and can be represented by a stretched spring. In the electronic science, potential energy is stored in a capacitor instead of a spring. This property is called capacitance instead of elasticity or stiffness. Number two, in the science of physical mechanics, The phenomenon of kinetic energy is associated with the physical property called inertia or mass and can be represented by a mass or flywheel in motion. In electronic science, kinetic energy is stored in an inductor in a magnetic field instead of a mass. This property is called inductance instead of inertia. We're doing a little learning, y'all. Number 3, in the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of energy dissipation is associated with the physical property called friction or resistance and can be represented by a dashpot or other device which converts energy into heat. In electronic science, dissipation of energy is performed by an element called either a resistor or a conductor. The term resistor being the one generally used to describe a more ideal device, e.g. wire, employed to convey electronic energy efficiently from one location to another. The property of a resistance or conductor is measured as either resistance or conductance, reciprocals. In economics, these 3 energy concepts are associated with, number 1, economic capacitance, capital, which in parentheses it tells what capital should be, money, stock, inventory, investment in buildings, and durables, etc. Close parentheses. Number 2, economic conductance, goods, parentheses, production flow coefficients, close parentheses. Number 3, economic inductance, services, the influence of the population of industry on output. All of the mathematical theory developed in the study of one energy system, e.g., parentheses, mechanics, electronics, etc., close parentheses, can be immediately applied in the study of any other energy system, parentheses, e.g., economics, close parentheses. Let's go down here to Mr. Rothschild and let's see what he discovered. Mr. Rothschild's energy discovery. What Mr. Rothschild has discovered was a basic principle of power, influence, and control over people as applied to economics. That principle is, when you assume the appearance of power, people soon give it to you. Boy, you know that's deep. I think that happened to people on YouTube. I think that's what works with con artists and scammers. I really do. When you assume the appearance of power, people soon give it to you. And those are quotation marks. Mr. Rothschild had discovered that currency or deposit loan accounts had the required appearance of power that could be used to induce people, inductance, with people corresponding to a magnetic field, into surrendering their real wealth in exchange for a promise of greater wealth, parentheses, instead of real compensation, period. They would put up real collateral in exchange for a loan of promissory notes. Mr. Rothschild found that he could issue more notes than he had backing for, so long as he had someone's stock of gold as a persuader to show his customers. Mr. Rothschild loaned his promissory notes to individuals and to governments. These would create overconfidence. Then he would make money scarce, tighten control of the system, and collect the collateral through the obligation of contracts. The cycle was then repeated. These pressures could be used to ignite a war. Then he would control the availability of currency to determine who would win the war. That government which agreed to give him control of its economic system got his support. Y'all, I hope y'all hearing. Collections of debts was guaranteed by economic aid to the enemy of the debtor. The profit derived from the economic methodology made Mr. Rothschild all the more able to expand his wealth. He found that the public greed would allow currency to be printed by government order beyond the limits, inflation in parentheses, of backing in precious metal or the production of goods and services. And remember, the Constitution itself tells us that money is silver and gold. And then they added all of that other stuff in there. So I'm told. Don't quote me on that last sentence. I have got a thing or two wrong in life. Apparent capital as paper inductor. In this structure, credit, presented as a pure element called currency, has the appearance of capital, but it is in effect negative capital. Hence, it has the appearance of service, but it is in fact indebtedness or debt. It is therefore an economic inductance instead of an economic capacitance. I'm sorry about that. It's capacitance. And if balanced in no other way, will be balanced by the negation of population, parentheses, war, genocide, period. The total goods and services represent real capital called the gross national product, and currency may be printed up to this level and still represent economic capacitance. But currency printed beyond this level is subtractive, represents the introduction of economic inductance, and constitutes notes of indebtedness. And that's where the fiat system come in, where we have the Federal Reserve debt notes, which is not worth the paper that it's printed on. Of course, we don't have that concept because, again, what did he say? If you appear to be powerful, then people will give up their power. So we believe these things because they're actually negotiable instruments, but we just see them as what they have printed on that paper. But what is it backed by is what the question becomes, because as far as the Constitution says, you should only pay debts with silver and gold. That's the only way you pay debts. But of course, we've changed the whole trajectory. Just let's go a little farther. War is therefore the balancing of the system by killing the true creditors, the public, which we have taught to exchange true value for inflated currency, and falling back on whatever is left of the resources of nature and generation of those resources. Mr. Rothschild has discovered that currency gave him the power to rearrange the economic structure to his own advantage, to shift economic inductance to those economic positions which would encourage the greatest economic instability and oscillation. The final key to the economic control had to wait until there was sufficient data and high-speed computing equipment to keep close watch on the economic oscillations created by price shocking and excess paper energy credits, paper inductance, inflation. Regina M. has spoken. The Rothschild family is one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most powerful families in history. With roots in banking, the family has continued to grow its wealth over the centuries. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. So let's keep going. So that's number 10. So now we're going to go on to 37. And this is what it says. And we need to pay attention. The general rule is that there is a profit in confusion. The more confusion, the more profit. We know that's true about the people and how they get paid here on YouTube. The more truth you tell, you don't get anything but what your true followers see in your work and your work. But just regular, everyday people who gather in one place, if it's not confusion or hurting somebody's feelings or revealing somebody's family's history or pain, whatever, then you're not going to get anything. But that's how it goes. Therefore, the best approach is to create problems and then offer solutions. Diversion summary. This is what they're telling them to do. Media. Keep the adult public attention diverted away from the real social issues and captivated by matters of no real importance. Like I said, there are some men I've heard by listening to other people's chats that are hurting and would really like to have real conversations. Oftentimes we don't know how to communicate one with each other, one with another. So we are insulting one another before we could even get to the topic or the subject matter at hand. I never understood how people say that they want to resolve an issue, but when the people come to their chat, they be telling, get your up there. I mean, if you're going to talk to them like they crazy, you're not going to have a real conversation. And what you find is a lot of people not trying to have conversations. They're trying to make money. Because for some people, this is their only source of income. But, if you can't make honest money, then, I don't know why you making money. Because honesty really is the best policy. But my daddy told me, and he taught us all, that the truth will get you killed just as quick as a lie. So sometimes you got to tell a lie. But that's only sometimes. You don't lie to live or live to lie. You shouldn't. But if that's who you are, be true to you. And that's all you can do is be true to you. If you're true to you, you will be true to everybody. You really will be. Even in your dishonesty, because you will let them know that you're dishonest, and that's what that is. Then they have the mind to make an informed decision if they want to take a chance on you. Because we're all human. Some of us don't have feelings. And when you're a woman and a mother, you don't even have to have given birth to a child, but you've helped your sister, your cousin, your friend. You've had some dealings with the child. Your nature is to try to nurture. You're not looking at the age, because 9 times out of 10, it's not the age that's acting out. It's the little child within that's acting out. And the little child don't know. All you can do is tell them. If they don't adhere to it, then you have to let it go. But you got to give people an opportunity. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. That's a lie. You don't have to do nothing but what you choose to do. And as long as you can live with whatever it is you choose to do, what you do is right. Don't let nobody tell you it's wrong if you don't do this, if you don't do that. And nobody can speak for you. Not in that vein. Because everybody running around here talking about how honest and integral and loyal they are. Something will happen to show you that ain't true. You just be the best you that you can be. And that's all you can be. It's the best you. And they're going to either accept the best you with your faults or whatever, or they're not. And you're going to be done. Remember, D-O-N-E. School. Keep the young people ignorant of real mathematics, real economics, real law, and real history. Entertainment. Keep the public entertainment below a 6th grade level. Work. Keep the public busy, 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 with no time to think. Back on the farm with the other animals. Consent. The primary victory. A silent weapon system operates upon data obtained from a docile public by legal, parentheses, but not always lawful, force. Much information is made available to silent weapon systems programmers through the Internal Revenue Service. Parentheses, see studies in the structure of the American economy for an IRS source list. This information consists of the enforced delivery of well-organized data contained in federal and state tax forms, collected, assembled, and submitted by slave labor provided by taxpayers and employers. The artificial womb. From the time a person leaves its mother's womb, that's the matrix, its every effort is directed towards building, maintaining, and withdrawing into artificial wombs various sorts of substitute protective devices or shells. The objective of these artificial wombs is to provide a stable environment for both stable and unstable activity, to provide a shelter for the evolutionary processes of growth and maturity, i.e., survival, to provide security for freedom, and to provide defensive protection for offensive activity. This is equally true of both the general public and the elite. However, there is a definite difference in the way each of these classes go about the solutions of problems. Factor 6, cattle. Those who will not use their brains are no better off than those who have no brains. And so this mindless school of jellyfish, father, mother, son, and daughter, become useful beasts of burden or trainers of the same. That is the end of the reading from Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. We're going to go now to dictionary, Henry Campbell's Black's Law Dictionary. I've given these before. I want to reiterate them, and then we're going to go into our videos. Color. We need to know this. What does color mean in law? An appearance, semblance, or simulacrum as distinguished from that which is real. A prima facie or apparent right. Hence, a deceptive appearance, a plausible, assumed exterior, concealing a lack of reality, a disguise or a pretext. That's what we get in the courtrooms. Let's go on. And it goes on. One of the things about the older versions of law dictionaries, every word comes with case law. And I don't know if you've ever dealt with any case law, any court documents, and you wonder where they get these cases from, how they know to do this, that, and the other. Most of the time when you look in the law dictionaries, and especially the older ones, then they have the case law there for you. A lot of now, the newer printed, they're taking out the case law, making it harder, because a lot of people have started learning and researching for themselves and presenting themselves before a tribunal. So it's really something You got to stay on top of the game because, it changes the rules I'm talking. And as long as you're flexible, just change with them. Because you're not going to be able to do anything until you do something. And that's what you know is true. Color of law. And listen to this because this is what they practice in the courtrooms. The appearance or semblance without the substance of legal right. State versus Breachler. And then they go on and give you the numbers. Now remember, I was trying to say something about this, but I don't know what I was about to say, so we're going to forget my remember. Colored. By common usage in America, this term in such phrases as colored persons, the colored race, colored men, and the like is used to designate Negroes or persons of the African race, including all persons of mixed blood descended from Negro ancestry. And then they give you the case law. But where a state constitution provided for separate schools for the white and colored races, the term white race was held to be limited to the Caucasian race, and the term colored races to embrace all other races. They give you the case law. It has also been held that there is no legal, technical signification to the phrase colored person, which the courts are bound judicially to know. So it just makes you wonder, is that how we get so railroaded in the courtroom? And especially, I've been doing, before I really got off into this, Bonnie Willis and the Young Thug, off into, I started on the trial penalty. They're trying to get rid of the Sixth Amendment right to a trial by jury of your peers, which is very, very, very important. Matter of fact, it's so important. I know that each state has their own rules. That's why they have their own constitution, and that's why they're really considered their own country once you start researching. But in mostly all rules of civil procedure, whether it's the state or the federal, and especially under the penal code, when you're seeking a verdict of guilt of a crime, there has to be a unanimous decision. What's amazing to me is how in Donald Trump case, they were criminally prosecuting him for fraud, but the judge gave instructions that they didn't have to agree. That's one of the most outlandish things. And so, for me, I wish people would look at the attack that they're putting on Donald Trump and see it for what it is. Not, I love Trump. I don't like Trump. It shouldn't matter whether you like him or not. It's what they're doing, the inhumane things they're doing. Trump is the people. He's representing us. Not because I'm Donald Trump representing you. No, not that way. You gotta look into the situation deeper and just see how these courtroom appearances, just like with this gang stuff. Bonnie Willis is from Inglewood, California, where she know Crips and Bloods and all kind of manner of things. But she's in Georgia. One thing that Big Jeff said, that's Young Thug's father, Jeffrey Williams Sr., Georgia's not a gang state. He said, and if you think he's lying, just go Google it, look in your white pages, your yellow pages, and you won't find not one lawyer equipped to handle gang cases. But in gang states, you can find those type of attorneys. And then isn't it funny that Gaither, the police officer who was supposed to be the gang police person, she happened to come from Chicago where they had gang, Crips, Bloods, gangster disciples, and all of these things. And then Dennis, he came from a gang-oriented city. All of these people coming from gang cities, and then they're talking about their gang experts after spending 40 hours in a classroom. Give us a break, y'all, for real, though. Give us a break. When I look at the music, I told you I was listening to the Dells yesterday and Prince, and I also went back to Sugar Hill Gang and Self-Destruction with all of the guys, and Father MC, Treat Them Like They Want to Be Treated. I was just listening to songs that I used to really like and still do. But, you know, way back when, we were talking about learning, teaching one another. But of course, some people came along and decided they wanted private prisons. And we had some people in the industry, entertainment field, that decided that they wanted to sign on to those private prisons. So while they're out here playing their sports and selling their shoes and their jerseys, they're help funding the prisons that's going to lock these guys up for the songs that they're singing and the things they're doing. And a lot of people have a lot of argument about the song don't make them do it. No, the song does not make them do it. That's a decision one has to make. And there are some people just choose wrong over right every time. And I don't know the clock in their head that have them doing that. But influence is truly real. Just like peer pressure, it's real. Whether you believe in it or not, all you have to do is been affected by it. And you too will know how real it is. Or you could have been the bully that was inflicting the pain on the child who couldn't refuse you because they were afraid and everybody was going to gang up on them. It worked both ways. But I really wish that we as adults, and especially Asiatic, could have real conversations. You don't necessarily have to tell your own personal business if you don't want your business in the street. But we know a lot of experiences, and we know how to tell a story that it does not have to come back and haunt you. But my mantra is, to thine own self be true. And if you're true to you, I promise you, you'll be true to everybody you meet. That's just what that is. So now, we have an act is a thing done or established. Refractory is stubborn or unmanageable. Obstinacy, the quality or condition of being obstinate. Stubbornness, obstinate, stubbornly adhering to an opinion, purpose, or course in spite of reason, arguments, or persuasion, resistance to change, not easily subdued, remedied, or removed. And then declared is openly or formally asserted or announced. So those are the things that I wanted to share with you guys tonight. And then I wanted to share with you these videos that I'm about to share. They're not that long, but the longest one is 30 minutes. And what I'm sharing tonight in the videos is, let me see, I'm trying to find my little stop sharing the screen. Okay. You know, since the election, and Fonnie Willis won, of course, And then Judge McAfee won, of course. So they're going on with some motions that need to be heard. And I think it's very good. Harrison Floyd is, it's two Asiatic individuals that's caught up in this joke. Because that's what I call it, a joke. Truly a joke. It's not a reality what these people are doing. But I actually have Harrison's hearing because the judge is allowing them more time. Listen to how the state argue. These people have no case, y'all, on none of these people. They were doing all of this for, just like I said, the aristocracy. They're making these women appear to be so powerful and so righteous, but we see how unscrupulous they are and how they're willing to do anything, bend, break. They don't care about law and order. They don't care about that. They speak color of law. It's colored. It appears to be, but it is not. Regina said, it's never a joke when it's affecting lives. Tell the truth. And thank you so much, Kelly. So, where we want to go is, I got Harrison, and I have the Asiatic woman that she's been out of the news, but she was there in her attorney. And then I have this mayor. I've told y'all about her, but I've never done a show on her. And that's Tiffany Henyard from Dalton, Illinois, who has lost her ever-loving mind. That's her down at the bottom down there in her Nino Brown outfit. And I wish y'all could see the whole picture because she actually has a fake little Rottweiler in her arm. Like that's her dog. This is really unreal, y'all. And then she went to the White House, and all of these people are tied to the White House. But this is supposed to be, and this is what gets me with these people, everything is supposed to be bipartisan, they say. But when you have a left wing and a right wing, and they're both on the same bird, I don't care who you say you on what side, you all attached to the same animal. So it's just what game we're playing today. You know, see, it used to be only one. And it was the republic form of government where the people actually governed. They just picked a spokesperson to speak for the people. But when they came in with the democracy, I call it the demonocracy, the mob rule, majority rule, that's not always true, and we see that in the presidential election because they came up with the electoral college. So if whoever they select doesn't win the popular vote, they have another mechanism by which to get that person where they're going to be because they've already been selected. I hope everybody participate in their local government and know what's going on. Oftentimes we don't have a clue. And if we really understood the real politic is to teach us wrong backwards and to keep us asleep, we would really stop supporting a lot of these institutions that's keeping us asleep. Amen. We really would. And if we loved who we call God like we say we do, we would do our reasonable service. We don't need anybody or gather in a place. You gather in a place supposedly because you have like minds and you're supposed to be uplifting and supporting one another. You can't even go to the church for help. But they expect for you to give. You better give your 10th, but you better not need anything. And it's some churches that really do help people, and I'm happy for those churches, but you can count them on one or two hands. And I would venture to say one. And I know great things some people are doing, but we have too many people. Each church is supposed to have a school. So if they don't have a school free for the children to teach them the truth, not just about Jesus, I'm talking about how to live this life, they're not doing their part. And when you're feeding people and you're getting money from the government, let's just hope you're not misappropriating the grant money like Fonnie Willis. Regina said, we need to do a show on the Electoral College. I'll tell you what, Regina, when we do that show, you need to come up here and teach it. But I will research it. Or send me some research. I don't mind doing it. That's a good topic. Some things we can all learn together. And that's for real. So I have Tiffany doing her little stupidity. And then I have something on Letitia. And then I have a little something when they were trying to get this prosecutor Love put out. One thing this guy, Seti Nash, said, he did a video kind of like the one I did a week or so ago about Love and her running for DA and all that good stuff. And he was saying that what he can see her doing is coming from Fonnie, and anybody that's right with eyes can see that. Because she was running for a DA then. She's been assistant DA for too long. She's tired of that. She was trying to get DA in one of them little towns. She didn't get it. So that's why she's going so hard on this Young Thug thing. And she's going to do just like Fonnie. When Fonnie made the statement that this girl Courtney, that's really her challenger in November, who she's really afraid of, although she's playing like she's not. Well, she may not even have to worry about her, because if she don't respond to these different committees, and the state Senate committee can't do anything to her, but they can change laws. And the law could affect her. One of the things I noticed when they did that with the DAs, they made it retro, but most of our laws start forward. They don't go back. But theirs did, as far as reaching the DA and can pull her down. But they're not going to do it. That's not their position. They're just the lawmakers. That's why they're having these hearings, so they can decide. But remember, for how many years these very same laws were in place? So we have to remember that. That's how we got to wonder, how did this face on the left become the faces on the right? And it all happened after Barack Obama, in my opinion, because of the damage that he did with bringing people together. That's my personal opinion, nobody else's. Well, it could be somebody else's, but nobody I speak for on that. That's my opinion. And they put Barack Obama in office at such a time as this because they were trying to get bases in Africa, and he represented AFRICOM. And he represented the new group of people, the alphabet, LGBTQ, and all of the rest. So that was his task. And he completed his task just the way they wanted. And I put some information in the description that you guys can just look it up and check it out. Very interesting reading. You would be surprised at things if you seek knowledge. You will find it. But you must seek it. And you must seek it for yourself. Because you could see something that I saw and see it totally different. And if we don't come to a consensus, that's fine. Because I don't agree to disagree with anybody. We just disagree and then we're done. Keep believing, and we'll do the same. And if one of us come into the knowledge of something different, hopefully we will be adult enough to share it with the other person. But, that's just how life is for me. I don't know about others. But here we go. We're going to start with... Well, let me just show y'all something right quick. Fonnie Willis and her assistant DA, the chief, they said that their main goal is really to they just want to help the gangs in the city and all of that good stuff. But I want to show y'all something. Let's start with the travel, because I have travel up and I don't want to lose it and not know how to get back to it. Y'all don't know it, but a lot of stuff that I come up with, I stumble up on it. I don't even know how I stumble up on it, so I try to save it in my favorites and stuff so that we can have it. But a lot of stuff I just stumble up on. Now, I want to show y'all the travel expenses for when Fonnie came in office, 2021. This is a Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia. And they paid them $25,250. Okay. I want to go back because I don't want to really go that deep. I want to show Georgia Gang Investigators Association. They paid $9,475 for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. $9,475. And their airline tickets was $7,925. The Gang Enforcement Company, LLC, $5,200. And they got Dallas Children's Advocacy Center, $4,000. The Hilton Garden Inn, $3,000. The Hilton, $2,709. The Cobb County Board of Commissioners, $2,000. That's the travel conference. GCIC is $1,638. Town Place Suites Marriott, $1,544. Enterprise Rent-A-Car, $1,319. Hampton Inn, $1,224. The IHG Management Maryland, LLC, $833. Embassy Suites, $825. Hyatt Corporation, $664. Now, all of this is for gang conferences now. That's what this is all about. Gang conferences. I just want y'all to remember that. Gang conferences. That was 2021. 2022. $25,850. Delta Airlines, $23,579. CC Hotel, $12,541. CC Air, $8,322. Holiday Inn, $6,375. CC registration, $5,922. Credit card registration vendor, $5,089. Celebrate USA, $3,850. Correctional Counseling Inc., $3,729. Cobb County Board of Commissioners, $3,000. Hilton, $2,290. Enterprise, $2,048. Embassy, $1,820. The JBG New York Hotel, $1,761. Georgia Gang Investigators Association, $1,450. Now they were one of the lowest ones that they paid, so I guess they don't have too many of those. But I'm going to show y'all something that's even more crazy in my opinion. That was 2022. Because Adrian Love ran on gang professionalism and gang violence, and she's proficient in gangs and mathematics and the English language and all of this good stuff and all the great things she was going to do to turn things around and have programs. So I just want y'all to see that. Question. So all elected presidents of the USA are assigned to complete assignments and tasks. These tasks run outside of the obvious day-to-day political politics to assist the people and their ideology. 2. Continue. If so, who are the people assigning these tasks and continued purpose? A. Hint. Go back to silent weapons for quiet wars. Boy, Regina, you cold-blooded. Thank you so much. That was pretty neato. Kenny said that Nino Brown really made me believe it was a comedy skit, but it is not. I was appalled. Yeah, Kenny, that's true. She wasn't playing. She was serious. Local elections are so very important. Yeah, you really should go back, and then you should look at a lot of, like I said, liquid concrete. For real, she talked about, especially go back to her talking about the boule and the secret societies. Those all have a significance in our history. They mean something. And like I said, everybody is not dark. So you can't look at everybody that's a part of anything is dark. You have a choice. And you choose whether you're going to be dark or whether you're going to be the light. It is your choice. 2023 conference, y'all. I'm just going to give y'all the total. 128,349. Then I want to see anything with the gangs. And here I don't see anything that says anything about the gangs. I see the hotels and all that, but nothing about the gangs. And they spent 128,000. That's 2023. They don't have anything out there for 2024. Remember, they supposed had got hacked. So, since they got hacked, they supposedly don't have nothing. But what I wanted to show y'all with the district attorney and her spending for the gangs, it was so minuscule that really you would really just want to just be a mother and get a belt and just whoop they behind, to be real honest. That's what you would really want to do, because it's so sad. I'm trying to find where it shows about the gangs. I came off of that page, and so I probably ain't gonna even find it tonight, because I'm not gonna spend a lot of time. We're already almost at the 2-hour mark, and I want y'all to see these little ones that I picked out for you guys so we can see what's going on. We can understand why these women are doing what they're doing, because what's going to happen is once this election is over with, these women are going to be over with. And they're going to seal the fate for all women of Asiatic descent, in my opinion, to have any power throughout the local governments, even though we all should be represented by people that look like us throughout our cities and everything. But I can really see us really going down because of the stuff that these people are doing or not doing, whichever one you want to say. It's really, really, really sad. Okay, this may be some of it. This is the district attorney's budget in 2021. Now remember, she's supposed to have been getting the grant for the center for the children, and supposedly those essay kits, and she got this money. And let's see how much she spent. On the essay kits, $6,905.56. But she got a $2 million grant. Okay? On juvenile, $6,303. But she received $488,000 grant. Crimes against women, $35.14. Okay. In 2022, her expenditures were $3,000,033, and that's $3,330,000 whatever dollars. The district attorney's office was $2.58 million. Confiscated funds was $355,553. Innovative Prosecution Solutions was $152,825. Gang Prevention Program was $71,045. This is some type of GEMA grant, and it was $50,000. The SA Kit Initiative, $32,000. Now remember, she got $2 million. Juvenile, the juveniles, and that was for mobile telephone and equipment, $15,000. So you don't really see any work going into helping these individuals. Post-conviction DNA. You know, they say they're so great in solving crime. They got these men and women locked up without indictments. Those that may have indictments don't have public defenders if they can't afford to an attorney. And why aren't they trying to, if they want to just make a name for themselves and get on the map, why aren't they doing the Atlanta child murderers? I'm just asking the question. Why aren't they going back into those cold cases? Nobody has to answer it. It's just something that I always want to know. One thing we know, they do post-conviction DNA. They only spend $12,400, and for the cold case DNA, $9,476. Violence against women, they spent, look like a little bit of nothing because it won't come up. Let's look down at the bottom. $2,999. And the Innocence Project, $2,533. And for the hate crimes, $1,987. So, you know, I don't know. This looks really, really sad, considering that everything they run on is for the people of Fulton County and making sure that they get rid of these gangs. And the only person they seem to be going after is somebody they know that has money, that has friends when they were growing up. And he's being held responsible for every criminal act his friends did. And that doesn't make sense to me. Hey, Tasha. We're glad you're here. So let's look at this here. Gang prevention in 2023. 89,100. Where does she do it? Because she ain't got the center. So what does she do to gang prevention? Do you see, in contrast, the money they spent going to the conventions about the gangs compared to the money that they have spent helping the gang people and the delinquents? I mean, it's just unbelievable, the money that they spent. Every one of those invoices, I believe, or the whole total of their invoices was over $120-something thousand. Okay, community violence intervention, supposedly 63,000. 89,000. I don't know what grant this is. 61,000. Confiscated funds, 51,000. Look how much law enforcement training they get. And then that's why every time they unalive somebody, they tell about they need more training and more sensitivity training. What training are they getting for $26,000? Prosecuting cold cases, 23,199 using DNA. Stop violence against women, 23,000. Juvenile, 19,414. SA kits, remember $2 million? $16,186. Post-conviction DNA, 8,500. Hate crime on this one was 900. So it's really a shame. But then this is on their website. You can go to their website and just look at the checkbook. And you can look at any department and follow their expenditures. But so now we're going to leave here and go to what I want you guys to see about Mr. Harrison. And I'm so happy for him. Judge McAfee seemed to be a great guy to me. But we're going to see here. Let me pull it up for you. Oh, I have to hit this first. Yeah.
Todd A. Harding.
Todd A. Harding. All right, welcome back. All right, I see the defendant is present as well. And we have, on behalf of Fulton County, and the clerk's office as well?
Yes, Judge. Chad Alexis and Kate Burwell, Your Honor.
Okay, well, welcome back, Mr. Alexis and Ms. Burwell. Okay, so let me just kind of bring everyone up to speed, make sure I still am refreshed on everything. We're here on some third-party subpoenas originally issued by Mr. Floyd back in October. We had an initial hearing in November, if I'm not mistaken, where there was a consent order worked out between the Secretary of State's office and Mr. Floyd. And then we met again on February 19th and February 13th, still to try to work out the particulars of exactly what it is being requested, what still needs to be transferred over, and kind of the logistics of how that was going to work. And then I was informed about a month ago that it appeared the parties were at an impasse and things had broken down. And so I think Mr. Floyd at this point was requesting, I think it was 8-witness kind of hearing with some expert testimony. And before we cross that bridge, I wanted to kind of preliminarily check in to see what caused the breakdown and what would actually be discussed at a hearing and whether we need to have one. So, Mr. Kucherov, it's your subpoena. So if you want to kick it off, you can go through the procedural history as well if you want, or you just want to jump right in and tell me where we are today. The floor is yours.
Just jump right in, Judge.
Okay.
The county and the defense here, Mr. Floyd, disagree with respect to the production. I feel like the county does not really want to produce these things. They made representations in a filing about, I don't know how many years, like 27 or 37 years it would take to get this information. And if you're starting to break it down, it becomes kind of absurd. The other thing that I had mentioned in some of my emails and why I thought this status conference was premature is that I have a difficulty in formulating a defense. We have a difficulty formulating a defense for Mr. Floyd when we don't know what the facts of the false statement are. That informs my discovery. It informs the discovery against my colleague on the other side for the county. How is he supposed to defend his client when he doesn't know, he can't make a relevance objection because he doesn't know what's relevant and what's not, because we have no facts. The court will recall we had that hearing about a week before the disqualification hearings. And I know that you've been busy and you've got a lot of things on your plate, but I would submit to Your Honor that all of this will likely be unnecessary because there is no false statement. I believe once the court looks at that issue, it doesn't take long, that you'll dismiss, perhaps I'm being presumptuous. I think you're going to dismiss this case. It's probably the easiest one I've ever seen. So how does that relate to all this? Obviously, if I don't have the facts upon which my client's being accused, it's harder for me to engage in discovery. I've got a lot of discovery I want to do, but I don't even know if, I think what I have for the county is sufficient. If you want to just handle that today, I suppose I could, but it would be nice to be more focused myself to know.
All right, well, I'll grant you and I'll agree with you that I owe you some rulings. And I'm planning to dive in and hopefully be able to get you and start going through those throughout the summer.
If I may, with great respect. The issue is pretty simple.
Well, we don't need to relitigate it. The
I'm
state's
not
not
going to
here.
relitigate it because the state's not here, and I'm not trying to relitigate that.
But here was going to be my point, was that I hear your argument that you need more clarity in your special demur.
Sorry.
Well, it's special if you're wanting more information, right? You want to know exactly what the false statement is.
No, a general demur is a device from the common law. It's an arcane pleading, as you know, where you can admit the facts as pled in the indictment, and the law that's there, and you're still shown to have committed a crime. That's a general demur. A special demur does seek additional facts. I'm not seeking any additional facts. What I'm suggesting to the court is, as the person responding on demur, I'm not required to accept conclusions of fact. So there's no facts in the indictment for me to admit on the false statement. Zero. Not a single one. That is a general demur. You can't just say somebody committed a crime and not say what the facts are, a bare bones set of facts that are sufficient to support that crime. That's a general demur.
Okay.
And you'll see, I put that in my brief. I'm not asking you to look at it now, but
I've got it. I've read it. But more to the point was this inability for us to go forward with getting into the particulars of the subpoena. We were fine the last 3 hearings where you weren't asking for that information. It seemed like you wanted to know anything and everything related to Fulton County in the 2020 election. So it's only now that we've got that issue pending that now we're supposed to just stop until I'm able to get you a ruling on that. And so that's where
one is it's a matter of efficiency, and as I keep going down this path of trying to formulate a defense, it becomes so much more difficult to speculate on what type of evidence I need. So true it is that we ask for a lot because count 1 is a lot. But the moment I started to think about what this false statement could possibly be, because I'm not a mind reader,
yeah,
I don't know what the false statement is, it became more prominent in my defense. And so I'm trying to figure out, do I really need this stuff, or is that sufficient? So with that said, Judge, that's my, I think that's the posture of where we are now. Having said that, the county, and for that matter, the Secretary of State hasn't turned over. They're starting to play cute with the terms of the subpoena that we agreed to. So I'll be bringing that back up if necessary. But that's the whole key is it necessary right now to do all this? I don't think that it is.
Okay. And if we proceed from the original framework, though, that the reason you want these records is to prove the truth that there were irregularities in Fulton County, and that's what your client was concerned with, which is, again, I think, what was your briefing of why this is relevant
Under
a
count
few
one,
months ago?
Under count one.
Which is, it says it right there, that he did not win, right?
Right.
And so that was the relevance hook that you had initially.
Correct.
What is it? I'm trying to remember from the email you sent a few weeks ago, you were saying that Fulton County had not turned over anything yet, and also that you were now declining to pay any expenses in advance.
Right. I don't think my client should have to bear the costs. He's facing 37 years. The county has all these resources. They're the ones bringing the charges. They have to turn it over. And these are liberty interests that are at stake. And I just, at this point, because it's taken so long to get the information to begin with, we're looking at other resources to try to match up a defense, and I just can't. I'm having trouble doing that. So,
okay, I can respect that. I can sympathize with you. We are obviously throughout the system one of limited means.
This is the same problem they're having in the Young Thug trial. The state has unlimited resources. Their budgets are out the yin-yang. The Superior Courts got a part of that $75,000. That is what I believe is compelling these people to continue these cases. In my humble opinion, this is where the money laundering is going on, because you got all of these federal grants that's being divvied out for certain things, but nothing is being done in the way of the things that were marked. And then the DA and the sheriff and I guess the judges or the county clerk for sure decides, once they put all of these line items down and get approved for them, they decide once they get the monies, oh, well, we find other reasons to use this money. We don't have to use it for that. It's under our discretion. And y'all, I have a book on their Constitution officers. And I know they keep saying the DA is a constitutional officer elected, but in that book, the DA is not listed as one of the constitutional elected officers. And I have the book, and I'm going to pull the book up so you guys can see it. This is nothing I made up. This is Georgia's information. So if it's incorrect, then they need to correct it, because all of this discretion and that commission knows nothing about what's happening. They just assume the DA knows what she's talking about. And she came out from under a guy that she said was fraudulent and unscrupulous, and she seemed to carry the same spirit. So I don't know. Y'all can tell me what y'all think, but just listen to what he's saying. They're not providing them with anything they need, but this man's life is on the line. And this is one of two Asiatics that she pulled into this case. And this young man lives in Maryland. He doesn't even live in Georgia. So this is very unusual. But when you hear his history, and I think I've played that as well, he's a veteran. He's very knowledgeable. He's educated. He's a family man. He has integrity and honor. And he was just doing what he could do. And he find himself facing 37 years in prison for ballots that were not even certified. That's what's really going to get me. I want to know how they're going to explain that one. I think it's over 247,000. I just said over 200,000. But if I recall correctly, it was like 247. Melanie King did that story first, and then I seen it, and I went and researched it, and then I did a show on it. So she did a great breakdown on it as well. And we got to give credit to whom credit is due. Because I think we all look at each other's stuff, and it seems like the larger channels really look at us small channels and really take our stories, and you can just hear your story by the way they tell it and when they tell it, but you don't ever hear you, and that's okay. We're just here to get the word out to the people. I'm here just to help uplift fallen humanity.
But that might be a hurdle that we just have to stop right at from the beginning, which is when I look at the statute, especially when it's a production as large as the one you'd initially asked for, even in your amended subpoena, which I don't think we ever filed, but you'd provided me, and we'd gone over it in detail the last hearing. Even in the amended version where we were giving and taking in the last hearing, it's still going to take some time. It's still going to take resources. And the statute, as I read it, says that that's not a burden that should fall on a third party.
We will be glad to, well, this is not a third party. This is Fulton County. I mean, it's still part of the DA's office here. You know, they may be a separate agency, I get it, right. or separate, but there's still one political body, Fulton County, period. I'm happy to tell the court, we'll have our own people do all the copying. We'll have our own scanners, all of that stuff. But there's not going to be any outlay of expenses on the state, especially since a lot of the stuff I'm learning now has already been produced in other forums. And that's what I want to investigate further. So that's an issue. So if we were to have another hearing on this, I would have witnesses come up and say what the county has turned over in the past, what it hasn't turned over, what the county has, what it doesn't have. I would have an expert witness or two testify to the fact that, hey, look, getting the logic and accuracy testing of the machines, which is required under Georgia law, getting the proof of that is not difficult. It's not a 100-hour task. It's a 30-minute task because you should just have to locate the file. That's it. So from my perspective, that's where we are. That's, if that makes sense. And so what I had offered before was to pick up a machine and let the county use it. What I'm suggesting to you now is I want to have hands-on. I want our people to look at it and be able to copy and inspect as they need to.
Okay. All right, let me turn it over to Mr. Alexis, and you can take up any and everything from there that we need to have. But what I'm hearing is that the issue of just down to the mechanics is there really hasn't been any kind of an agreement between the parties on that, and so I'm really not hearing a way around getting into the details and wading into it.
Understood. Judge, I'd just like to say for the record that the county is not bringing the charges. The district attorney is bringing the charges. She is the DA of the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. That circuit just happens to be conterminous with Fulton County, but as we all know, DAs act in their scope of prosecutorial discretion, acts on behalf of the state. They're state officials. As for the breakdown, so Judge, we were amenable to receiving the machines that Mr. Kirchhoff offered, not the software. And of course, you know, Fulton County had a cyber incident earlier this year, so we're especially vigilant when it comes to things like that. So we will take the machines, but not the software. Now, Judge, as for the relevance, I just want to briefly touch on that again. Again, they're asking for information that they did not have access to when the statements were made. If they're saying that this information was the basis, reason, or cause for the statements, that cannot be so because they did not have the information. But I think Mr. Kirchhoff is correct when he says that we need to know what the statement was or he's being accused of, because it's hard for me to say, well, this is not relevant, or say, well, okay, this could be relevant if I don't know what the statement is. If the statement is, hey, X won the election and Y lost, then fair enough. If the statement is, hey, tell them that you saw someone destroying ballots, we don't need to go through all of these things to prove whether or not that's true. And again, I guess by their own admission, saying that, you know, they're just guessing as to what the statement would be, and that's what caused the request in the subpoena. It just shows that the subpoena is a fishing expedition, Judge. It's not pointed towards anything in particular that they're trying to narrow in on, because again, they don't even know what the statement is. So they can't properly argue it, we can't, but the one thing we can say is that the information that they are seeking to get is information that they did not have access to at the time of the statements. It is inconceivable that is relevant.
So what about the idea, set aside the substantive counts to talk about specific statements, and then we're kind of retreading ground from a few months ago, but count one is the RICO count, which applies to Mr. Floyd, and simply comes out and lays the standard as being one person won the election, one person did not. That was the basis, the original argument for why anything and everything was relevant. And so if that is still the standard, then where do you go from there?
Well, there two things to consider with that, Judge. The first, obviously, is, as I said, they didn't have that information when they made the statement. So the question becomes, why did you make the statements? And they can't say, well, look at these documents. It's like, well, no, you didn't have that at the time. I think that should draw a relevance objection in a courtroom. The second thing, Judge, is that at the last hearing, or I believe the hearing before that, the defense said that if the evidence showed one thing, they would go in one direction. If the evidence showed something else, they'll go in another direction. Judge, again, by all accounts, that just shows that they are guessing at what the evidence will show. So it's not as if they made a statement or they're being accused of making a statement, they're standing on it. They're saying, hey, we made this statement, whatever it may be. If the evidence shows that we were right, we will roll with it. If the evidence shows that we were wrong, we're going to make another argument. And again, as I mentioned, Judge, if it doesn't bear on their innocence or guilt, if it doesn't matter what the evidence shows, they're still not guilty, then I don't see how it's relevant.
Sure, but shouldn't they have a right to present their strongest defense?
Well, I can't speak to what they have a right to at this moment because this is in the midst of a quashal, and from my understanding, the only issue that is relevant to a quashal is whether the information sought is relevant and whether it's burdensome and oppressive. As to what they may be entitled to is something that they will have to make an argument for, and I don't think a quashal is the appropriate forum.
Okay, and so at this point, Mr. Alexis, based on the last hearing, what they had narrowed down to saying they don't have an argument with what's saying they do, I think we'd still, I think I remember us going line by line and talking, from my notes here, there are only a few items that really were kind of the sticking subjects. Has the county come up with any revised or updated version of just exactly what it would take to comply with the subpoena, or the resources that would need to be marshaled?
No, Judge. We left off where we left off at the last hearing. Mr. Kirchhoff made his offer. We cannot accept the software. We can accept the machines. We can't say for sure how long it will take for us to produce information with the machines that we may or may not receive from Mr. Kirchhoff because we don't know what they are. We've never used it. We're just going to be speculating. So as of this moment, no, we don't have any changes. But I do want the court to keep in mind a few things. One, we're in the middle of a presidential election right now. So it's an all hands on deck situation. The second thing is this information is actually being housed by the clerk, not the elections department. The elections department offering assistance is merely a courtesy. So if the court were to just put this on the clerk and the elections department took a laissez-faire approach and said, hey, you guys figure it out, you're the custodian, this will take probably 10 times longer because you have individuals who do not know what they're looking for. The clerk simply houses the information. The elections department, they are the individuals who are actually the experts when it comes to elections and finding this information. Now, as for the numbers that were listed here, Mr. Kirchhoff, his assertion is that they're absurd. And I get that the numbers do present some sort of sticker shock, but, just to give an example, the absentee ballots, the applications, Judge, those are what, over 800,000? If we're talking about printing, we're talking about redacting, and we're talking about reprinting, because if you do the magic marker, there's a chance that it can still be translucent. You have to reprint it to ensure that the confidential information of the Fulton County citizens are not being dispersed. Just that process alone is going to take thousands of hours. Now, if we're talking about getting batches and batches of individuals to assist with that, that will cost money. And again, the county should not have to bear the burden of that because the county is not a party in this. And
well, the DA already asked for it when she did the line item telling the commissioners that she needed money for expert witnesses and extra prosecutorial, expenses. So I don't know why he's arguing that argument. He sounds almost as off the beaten path as Nathan Wade, in my opinion. I don't know. Y'all tell me what y'all think.
To reiterate my first point, the DA brought the case, the state official brought the case, not Fulton County.
But you still haven't told me just how much money or just what it is you would need to make some of this happen.
So we did submit the information on how much it will cost, and we had two witnesses the last time. We had Mariska Bodison and we had Derek Gilstrap. For Mariska, her hourly rate is $33 an hour, and for Mr. Gilstrap, it's $27 an hour. So it's just a matter of extrapolating that across the amount of time it will take to produce the information. And as we mentioned in the last hearing, Judge, it may take less time, it may take more time. It's really hard to say at this point.
And so what was the extrapolation based on your current calculations?
Well, we didn't do the math on that because the two major ones that we were concerned about, which was number 45 and 44, I think one was 57,000 hours, the other one was 10,000 hours. We were supposed to work that out through software and things of that nature, which of course we had to break down. But Judge, I can go do the math for you right now and come back with a number based on all of the hours that we have written down here.
Sure. So other than 44 and 45 on the amended subpoena, that's something you are able
and number
to provide that quote.
And number 14, Judge.
14. That's right, 14. Okay. And so, Mr. Kucherov, would you, turning it back over to you, would you say 14, 44, and 45 are still the kind of primary points of contention that are causing, or not so much causing, is that you would say are miscalculated?
Absolutely. I think it all is miscalculated. It's all overblown because, again,
Well, I mean, one of these
is with the clerk's office.
1 hour.
I've got experts
Yeah.
that can go in and probably do a very efficient job of looking through the material. So if the clerk's office is the one who's housing all this and he has no objection to it, why can't the court just order that? Make it subject to a protective order. So if there is any confidential information, there's not PII, by the way. There's no PII. I've checked the Georgia statutes on the absentee ballots. There is no PII. I've got software developers who, when they scan it, can make sure that it's redacted, so that if you decided just to sponte of your own accord that you wanted to there's a phone number that you wanted off, my guys could do it. They could actually produce a PDF with that blacked out, that redacted part out. I don't think we need to do that, but I think we have the right to inspect and look at this ourselves. I don't have to rely upon them. If they don't have it, they should just say it. Just like the signature verification we now know did not occur in Fulton County, required by law in order to certify. So there was no signature verification, and we know this because the Bluecrest machine was not operational, wasn't working properly. And that's what they use to scan these absentee ballot envelopes. So we can come in and we can scan the envelopes anew. There's no need we just have to have somebody in a room. We can have what takes one person from the county to be there. We can be there for 8 hours a day, and I guarantee our guys get it done very quickly. It won't be this, like number 44. 57,334 hours. I mean, Judge, just look at that. With the number of ballots that I understand are mail-in ballots, 148,219,000 mail-in ballots, that's an estimate of about 2.58 envelopes scanned per hour. Okay? Under their estimate, that's $1.1 million to scan. That sounds grossly high to me. So stuff like, so all of this can be taken care of. We can take care of that. I'm willing to do that. We can bring the scanners in, we can have our people scan it. You just need access to the docs. If you want one of the attorneys there supervising to make sure nothing gets taken out, I'll do that. I have no problem doing that at all. But we do want to get access to this so we can begin to compile that defense to count one.
Judge, can I add something?
Sure.
So we did mention that we did not use the blue crest machines. We at no point in time state that signature verifications was not done. I don't want to make this a point of contention at this point because that's not what we're here for. But I'd just like to correct the record on that part. And as for the amount
And how did you correct it? Just
right.
He might not have said it, but the elections official said it. It was 200 and about 47,000 signatures that were not verified. So whether he said it or not doesn't matter. They were not verified.
what did you say?
We did not at any point in time state that signature verifications were not done. We are just saying that we did not use the blue crest machines. And I'd just like to put that on the record.
Okay.
Judge, as far as the amount of money is concerned, I mean, you look at the BOC hearings, you see how much money goes into actually running an election, and that's because it takes all of this manpower to do all of these things across these hundreds of precincts. So you take one person, make them do all that work, and, for this one case, it will take a very long time unless you're going to replicate the situations or the circumstances of an actual election and hire hundreds of people to do so. Yeah, it will take this amount of time and it will cost money.
Okay. Well, I think at this point, y'all have set the stage for what needs to happen next, which I don't think can be avoided without coming back. So what I would propose that we do is I'll again consider the points on relevance, consider the points on defense counsel's demur on the counts where it relates to the statement, and then what I think would also narrow the focus and make sure we proceed efficiently is I think the amended subpoena, and if there's some kind of mechanical proposal that you're saying is the most efficient way to proceed, I think that needs to be made part of the record. So I would say that you need to file an amended subpoena with everything that we had talked about at the last hearing of exactly, because I think there were some things, as I remember from my notes here, that you had said, well, we don't need that one anymore. We don't need this anymore. So I want to take a very close look and make sure we're on the same page of exactly what it is you're saying you still want and you still don't need, assuming that count one is still what you're contesting on that broad kind of overarching statement. And then when it comes to just initially the mechanics of how you would propose going about this in the most efficient manner, you can lay that out as well. So then the county would actually be on notice and can respond, and we can move on to the next step of exactly determining what it is that needs to take place for you logistically to get these things. And I would still be conditioning, if it's granted in some form, it's still going to be conditioned by, as outlined by the statute, on payment of some form of the cost in advance. That's what the statute contemplates. I don't think that there's a meaningful distinction there that the DA's office can just be lumped together with that same governmental entity. But we can't do that until we know exactly what it is, how we calculate those costs, and how we can come to them. So I think both parties are very far apart on that, and that's what we're going to have to figure out. So, Mr. Kucherov, you'd mentioned needing to get kind of availability for your experts. Have you been in touch with them? Do you have some general idea of their schedule?
I think the month of June is fairly taken up right now, but I can probably squeeze a day or two in. I talked to the experts. They've got some time at the latter part of June and also into July.
Okay, that's what we'll shoot for. And when can you kind of file something along the lines of what I was outlining?
2 weeks.
All right. Mr. Alexis?
Can I get a scope of what these experts will be testifying to?
That is not unreasonable. And so, Mr. Kacherov, if you could outline that in your filing as well.
Absolutely, I'll do that.
All right. And I think generally with our standing order, when we talk about experts, we talk about providing a CV and just a succinct but meaningful summary of what it is they would be testifying to. So that if Mr. Alexis needs to rebut that with his own experts, he can do the same and provide similar notice. All right. Anything else that we think we need to address today as it relates to the subpoena? I know this is more of a kind of pre-hearing conference of sorts, but I think we needed it to at least see where we were and get back on track. Anything else, Mr. Alexis?
Not from the county, Judge.
All right, Mr. Kacherov.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll follow up by email, and I hope to have that guidance for you as we go forward. All right.
Maybe one other motion there.
Well, that was with Miss Cuddy, or is there something else?
Well, there's the motion to unseal, but we kind of.
Oh, okay. Where were we on that?
I think our position was is just to make the court aware that some of those items may be sealed, and if the court was going to allow access, you probably need to unseal them and then enter a protective.
For me, I'd been lumping all these together. They were all kind of part and parcel. Is that about accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so until we figure out whether this subpoena is going to be granted, there's no need to get to the motion to unseal.
Correct.
All right. And if so, those would all follow one another.
Yes.
All right. Sir?
Judge, with the motion to unseal, again, I know the county is a third party, but because the county actually houses the information, we would have liked to have been privy to that. I know I saw the motion in the flurry of emails and filings, but we weren't exactly noticed for that argument. So, you know, whatever dealings that will be taking place as far as that unsealing paper, the county would like to be kept in the loop.
Well, we haven't really discussed it at all. You're as much in the loop as anybody else right now. I don't think we've actually substantively argued it. It's only ever been on a calendar the same day that you are, and there aren't any emails talking about it among the parties. So if that's something you're also looking to intervene on or believe you have standing to, you still can. And like I said, I've just been treating it as part of the subpoena issue. And I'd also been treating you, because I think this is where we landed back in the November hearing, as really being the spokesperson for the clerk's office on this issue as well, the subpoena and many unsealing issues.
Judge, I actually do represent not only the elections department, but I also represent the clerk's office. So it actually worked out in that regard.
Okay.
But I will say for the Board of Registration elections, which I represented up until, I want to say a few weeks ago when we got outside counsel, Judge, I will say that one of our first arguments I mentioned that the BRE is the custodian of the records being sought. So we did ask for the BRE to be dismissed from that. I was under the impression that the court did that, but I did see their name come up again as a scamming. I'm not sure where we are with that, but again, they are not the custodian.
Right, and that was because the subpoena was directed to both
Yes.
entities. And you were telling me today that if the BRE is released from this, they're the only ones with the subject matter expertise to actually know what to be looking for within the clerk's file.
Not the BRE, Judge, the department, the elections department.
Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting trail. The BRE directs the elections director as the election supervisor and chief administrator, and that's pursuant to state statute and county ordinance. And then the elections director, as the director pursuant to being hired by the county, has, I guess, supervision over the department.
And so the elections department does fall under the umbrella of the Board of Registration and Elections, though?
Not really the department, but the director.
Okay.
Because the director reports to the BRE. The staff does not report to the BRE.
So to keep the elections department involved in this, are you saying they're not a party to this?
No, Judge, and as a matter of fact, if you do want to serve the elections department, because they're an entity capable of being sued, you'd have to subpoena the county itself. Because the clerk can be subpoenaed separately, so can the BRE, but individual departments, if I'm wrong on that one, you'd have to go through the actual Board of Commissioners. But regardless, Judge, the elections department is staying involved in the event that, we have to pull some of the documents, because to remove them now is just going to be sort of slowing down any process or progress, because he has to be removed. We can usually be added back in later on. So, it's going to be form over substance at that point.
Okay, and so your point would be that
That
the Board of Registration and Elections was the improper party to serve because they don't have custody of any of the documents that were requested.
Yes, Judge, and I
Okay.
really would like for them to be dismissed under the caveat that we will still have the elections department involved to assist where we can if need be.
Okay, Mr. Hart.
I think we went through that subpoena at one of the hearings, Your Honor.
All right, I just
Should
need
be
to
on
make that,
record.
I'll just make that part of the record formally through an order.
If that would have been a short way
I'm sorry?
that would have been a short way to get to that.
Okay. Well, there's the short way and the long way. All right, so that's withdrawn formally by council.
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
think we did it at one of the prior hearings, but we do it again if we need to.
No, that's fine. I just need to make sure that that's memorialized on the docket, and I'll do that. And so that's position 3. So when we come back, it'll just be on 1 and 2. All right, thank you for that clarity.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, we'll be off the record as it relates to Mr. Floyd, and take care.
Thank you.
Let me check in. We'll see if Ms. Cuddy was able to join. She was able to join us? All right.
I am here. Yes, I am here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. If you could turn on your screen,
Okay.
and then we'll see if we can make it so we can see both you and representatives from the district attorney's office.
I actually have my script.
Okay, just hang tight for a second. We've got to make sure we can see you in the courtroom here. Okay. We're still not seeing a screen on our end. You might want to check your settings.
I am doing that currently.
Okay.
Okay. Am I there?
Not yet. We just... add it to it.
I may have to go out of market.
Yeah, why don't we give that a shot, since I don't think we're having any luck here. Oh, there we go.
Am I here?
Yes, we can see you now.
All right.
Okay, so it sounds like you can see and hear me all right?
I can.
And am I pronouncing that right? Is it Miss Cuddy?
It's Cutie.
Cutie, excuse me. All right,
No
so, and Mr. Rude, can you hear me all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then let's go back on the record. This is now with Ms. Cutie, and we had noticed it today with the offer of a remote hearing just to check in on the status of counsel. So Ms. Cutie, you'll remember we last met on January 12th just to check in, and your attorneys had withdrawn private counsel. And I'd asked you back then whether you were interested in getting public counsel and applying to see whether you qualified for that. And you mentioned that, no, you still wanted to try and hire private counsel. And to date, I'm not seeing anything on the docket that says that you have hired private counsel. So the first thing I would ask you about is what your plans are, if you're still wanting to hire private counsel, if you want to apply for public counsel, or if you want to represent yourself.
Well, Judge, I'm not for certain why you don't have counsel on record, because my counsel filed on April 26th. The clerk is Shay Alexander. My counsel has been on record. I don't know why the state has not become aware of that.
Well, we've got a lot of dockets. Let's check to make sure it got on there. And if nothing else,
Okay.
we just want to confirm that an entry was made. Yes, sir, Mr. Root.
Yes, Mr. Donaldson, George Donaldson, did file an entry on Ms. Cuty's behalf, but in the docket for Mr. Trump, he didn't file it under Ms. Cuty's.
I see.
We have reached out to Mr. Donaldson to exchange discovery, so we're in communications with him.
Okay, excellent. So we just had a little bit of a technical complication there. So, Miss Cutie, so George Donaldson is your counsel of record. That's who you retained?
Correct.
All right, excellent. So it sounds like we just need to make sure his entry gets on the right docket. That's just a little bit of a filing error. But sounds like the state is in touch with him. And from here on out, he should be getting notice of these and he should be here next time. You shouldn't have to speak on your behalf.
I actually found out about this hearing on Twitter. I was getting a massive amount of, pings on Twitter about a hearing. I had no idea about it.
Okay, well, I think...
He didn't either. He had no idea either.
Got it. Well, once he is filed into the right docket, then we'll know where to send the notices. And we'll clear that up, and it shouldn't happen again. But that is all we needed to handle today, Mr. Root, unless you think there's anything else we need to do while Ms. Cutie is here.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for joining us. That's all we got, unless you have a question for me.
I do not. Thank you, Judge.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay, so that's what happened with Mr. Floyd and Miss Cutie. So we don't have to look at hers. So let's go on to this crazy mayor in Dalton, Illinois. And her name is Tiffany Henyard. And I don't know, I may be covering some stuff on her because she is a piece of work. If y'all think Fonnie Willis is something, you ain't seen nothing yet. Let's go to her.
Has learned that controversial Mayor Tiffany Henyard may have billed the wrong taxpayers for a trip to Washington, D.C. earlier this year.
Dane Placco has been digging into all of this for more than 2 years now. He has the latest this afternoon.
You might call our latest story, Mayor Henyard goes to Washington, but sends the bill to the wrong taxpayers.
Hey guys, this is Super Mayor Tiffany Henyard, the people's mayor, and I am in the White House.
It's mid-January, and Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard is getting a tour of the White House, part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors annual meeting in Washington, D.C.
It's gonna just be dope. Gonna just turn around so you can see, got a group of people, gonna go in some rooms, and yeah, oh my God.
And even a photo op with the president himself. But there's a big problem with who paid for Henyard to be here.
These appropriations are misappropriations.
We showed credit card statements for the trip to veteran municipal lawyer Bert Odelson, who represents Dalton trustees opposed to Henyard.
Every time I say I can't believe that she would do something, here comes another.
We found more than $9,000 in charges for the U.S. Conference Mayor's meeting, including conference fees, flights to Washington, D.C., hotel rooms that were all charged to a credit card belonging to Thornton Township, a completely separate unit of government where Henyard serves as supervisor.
There's no reason for anyone from a township to go to a mayor's conference. A mayor's conference is a mayor's conference for mayors.
You're the one who found these.
Yep.
Stephanie Wiedemann is a former Thornton Township employee fired by Henyard and now a whistleblower. She says Henyard's dual roles as mayor of Dalton and supervisor of the township, two separate government entities, are constantly being blurred.
I have found, bills that were made out to the village of Dalton that were paid with the Thornton Township check. It's hard to decipher what is township and what is Dalton because she blends them so carelessly.
And it should be churches.
It absolutely should be.
Tonight at 9, we'll have much more on this investigation, including whether or not Henyard may have broken the law by billing the wrong taxpayers. Now, we reached out to Henyard for a response last week, but have not yet heard back. Dane Placco, Fox 32 Chicago.
Now, that's what you call greed. This woman has two high-paying government jobs. She's the mayor of Dalton, and she's the supervisor of the township. And she's actually commingling funds, double-dipping. Mood Child Peak said, this situation is absolutely crazy. I had no idea a mayor could do what she has done. Yikes. Tell the truth about it. I had no idea America could do this kind of stuff either. And I don't understand how in Sam Houston they keep allowing her to do it. I know that there are impeachment procedures and stuff of that nature, but there is no way this lady should continue. She took on that seat, and they were to the good when she took on the mayor job. And from there, she went from 0 to now the town is almost bankrupt, $7 million in debt. And she keeps pretending she's done nothing wrong. These people are crazy and they're stupid. And she talks to them so bad. Since I didn't have to play that other lady.
I told you, the story has so many twists.
I'm going to play. I'm going to play another video on her so y'all can just get a feel of who she is. A criminal past, yes, and she was hiring criminals to be her right-hand man and right-hand woman to do all of her bidding. But this woman here she's way past reality. I mean, I think all these people act like they're auditioning for a reality TV show. But yes, she does have a criminal past. Let's check this out. Let's see what Regina Waldrop says with the NBC Chicago 5.
Sometimes I am so overwhelmed by just everything that's going on. You know, I told my husband the other day, I said, I want to move to Dalton. I want to move there so I can be right there because literally there is a story every day happening in this community and I don't want to miss anything. Since our last video, so much has happened. We're talking more lawsuits, a grand jury, the subpoenas, the mayor's former assistant speaking out. Where do we begin? Let's start first with this federal grand jury and the subpoenas, which we have copies of thanks to someone very close to this investigation. So let's unpack these subpoenas. There's a lot in the subpoenas. So we know that a grand jury has been seated since November. Now, May 20th and May 13th, that's when Dalton's custodian of records was to appear before this special grand jury and bring with them a whole slew of documents for Mayor Tiffany Henyard, Village Administrator Keith Freeman, and also Trustee Andrew Holmes, as well as several other companies and individuals. Now we're talking about financial reports, budgets, accounting records, receipts, also requested reimbursement documents, loans, work schedules, travel records paid for by the municipality, including documents for that infamous trip to Las Vegas, where the mayor's ex-assistant says she was assaulted. Also requested are the mayor's records for her charitable organizations. And these records, again, were to be presented to the grand jury May 20th, May 13th. Now, for that May 13th subpoena, the village custodian of records requests to bring personnel and disciplinary files for almost 30 people, as well as documents related to companies village administrator Keith Freeman is involved with. Now, in April, Keith Freeman was indicted for bankruptcy fraud. The village and the mayor have not responded to our request for comments. But we were in court when Keith Freeman made his first appearance with his attorney. Now, Freeman didn't speak to any reporters who were there, but his attorney did. And he said Freeman is not stepping down from his position in the village or his position in Thornton Township. So we talk about grand jury proceedings. What happens during the grand jury? We don't know, because those proceedings are secret. So we don't know right now if the custodian of records brought all those documents as they were supposed to, but a source familiar with this matter tells me that the village has asked for an extension. So let's talk about Fania Dukes. She is the mayor's former assistant, and she claims that on a taxpayer-funded trip to Las Vegas 1 year ago in May, she was assaulted by trustee Andrew Holmes. Now, Fania issued a video statement where she says she is a survivor. She talks about what allegedly happened before and after that trip to Vegas. She's also filed a civil lawsuit against Mayor Henyard and trustee Holmes, accusing Holmes of assault and accusing Tiffany Henyard of retaliation. Now, according to the suit, after dinner, she walked the Las Vegas Strip with trustee Holmes. She says she felt disoriented and ultimately blacked out. Now, she says in her words, again in the lawsuit, the last memory she has is waking up in his hotel room. According to the lawsuit, Fania says she was fired shortly after bringing the accusation against Holmes to Mayor Henyard. So in the May 6th village board meeting, well, guess who shows up there? There's a large crowd of people waiting to get into this village board meeting. It starts late, but Fania shows up outside. She speaks to the crowd. She says, thank you for supporting me. And she also talked about the foundation that she has started to help support women like her. So we have sent trustee Andrew Holmes repeated requests. I have sent him personal requests via text, phone call, emails for any type of statement or response to this. Now, he does read the text messages. I get the receipts showing that they have been read, but he has not offered any official statement or spoken to me about these allegations. A few weeks ago, we were told that Sam Adam Jr. is his attorney. The office told me no comment when I called and asked for a statement. They said no comment. So that led me to believe that's his attorney. I was told that's his attorney. Call a few weeks ago, right after this, I am told Sam Adam is not representing Andrew Holmes. I said, did his office ever represent Andrew Holmes? I was told Sam Adams does not represent Andrew Holmes. So, of course, Andrew Holmes is a well-known community activist. Crime scenes, he is there, helping grieving families when they need someone the most. When there's been a shooting, a crime, an incident, he's always there. The face, the name, people, a lot of Chicagoans, they know who this man is. The nonprofit he worked for, Chicago Survivors, told me in April in a statement that amid a lawsuit and allegations that Andrew Holmes assaulted a former co-worker, he was fired from this organization in April. So what does the village say about this Vegas trip? In a statement to NBC5, the village tells us that it conducted a thorough investigation into the allegations led by an independent third-party company. It goes on to say Officer Miles was interviewed and denied knowing nothing about the allegations. It says Ms. Dukes refused to cooperate with the investigation, and this is nothing more than two disgruntled village employees. Now, neither Fania or Officer Byron Miles has addressed what the village is saying, but Officer Byron Miles was on that trip. He's also filed a civil lawsuit against Mayor Henyard. He says that he was part of her security detail, and after speaking out about what allegedly happened in Vegas, he was taken off of her detail. But the trustees, the village trustees of Dalton, they say there was never any third-party investigation, which is partly why they hired former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot to lead an investigation. Every month, Dalton holds 2 village board meetings on the first and the third Monday. Every month, this always happens. Tiffany Henyard has missed 25 of those meetings. Where did I get this information? From trustee Jason House. So Dalton trustees have named Jason House as mayor pro tem to fill in for Tiffany Henyard in the event she's absent from a meeting or otherwise unable to fill her duties. So again, remember, the trustees also voted to hire former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot to investigate Henyard and the village's spending. But Henyard,
You know, it's veto power, so how dare you think you could come into someone's town and
Tiffany Henyard recently vetoed that hire, saying the village is not going to pay Lightfoot her $400 an hour. But so far, there's been no response from Lori Lightfoot about this. She has said it's going to take 60 days to complete her investigation. So now to the lawsuits. There's so many lawsuits. It's hard to keep track. There's so many of them. Some of the recent ones include one filed in federal court by Tyrone Isom Jr. So I talked to Tyrone, and he said he was really looking forward to starting his own business in Dalton. He said he wanted to help young people, and that's why he was doing this. He wanted to open up a barber shop and a tattoo shop. He bought a building for $85,000. He took all the money he had out of his savings to do this, to buy this building. It was going to be his dream. He says he remodeled it, did everything he was supposed to do. He claims his applications for a business license were denied with no explanation. He says at one point he was told flat out, the mayor wants this property. So he says he was forced to sell the property, never being able to open up his business. The village has declined to comment on a lawsuit. A police officer, also the latest public employee to file a lawsuit against the village of Dalton and Mayor Henyard. Jeffrey DeVries accuses Henyard of illegally promoting other officers when they didn't pass the tests and they weren't approved by the village. The lawsuit also accuses the mayor and police brass for tallying against him for reporting this and other alleged misconduct by fellow officers to the State Police Standards Oversight Board. So just 2 of the many lawsuits that have been filed against the mayor and the village. And finally, the law firm that represents Dalton in at least 19 lawsuits in Cook County and federal court has withdrawn from the cases due to not being paid. So a village official provided us with a letter that was dated April 24th, and the law firm sent this to the village, and it says, without being paid, we're going to step down from these cases. And that is what's happened. The next few months, I think they're going to be very interesting and very busy. And you know what? I'm going to be right here, trying my best to cover all of this and get it to you. That's my promise.
So I think we'll start looking at her a little bit. Now let's go on to this woman, Letitia James. And this is just showing you guys the behavior of these women. And I think that they chose these type of women, again, to ensure that women that are of Asiatic descent will never hold these type of positions again. Because there is no way you should have all of these women blatantly violating the law and the rules, and they all supposed to be working under integrity, morals, ethics, and honor. And they all went to school. They all have degrees. It just does not make sense. Oh, Regina, good to see you back. Let me see what you said. Oh my God, I have been listening and see so many holes in this story. along with corruption, greed, etc. I need to research this representative of Chicago. Oh, yes, ma'am. She is off the chain. I'm going to start covering some of her stories. Let's go with the New York Attorney General, Letitia James. And this is a few days back. I think it's some weeks. But Stuart Varney, New York AG Letitia James, undermined the rule of law to get Trump. They all did the most unscrupulous stuff to do what they're doing. And so you know that it's... And they all visited the White House, and they all either spoke with the Vice President Harris or spoke with the president himself. So this is what lets you know that there's some things wrong here.
Justice in New York City has become a politicized joke. We've reached the point where Donald Trump has to come up with $500 million cash just to appeal the verdict in his fraud case. According to Forbes, he's got the money. He's worth over $2.5 billion, but it's not liquid. It's tied up in property. It's not cash. Trump's lawyers say it is impossible to get the money. Just can't get it. The right of appeal is fundamental. To be denied that right because you can't get $500 million for a clearly excessive penalty, that is a denial of justice. Hold on, it gets worse. If Trump can't get the money by next Monday, 6 days away, the highly politicized Attorney General, Letitia James, says she will start to seize and sell Trump's assets. The Trump haters embedded in New York's legal system are gleefully dreaming of padlocks on Trump Tower. And for what? There are no victims to pay off. Usually in a fraud case, there's a line of people out the door who lost money and want it back. In this case, nobody lost money. Trump is accused of inflating the value of his assets so the banks, plural, would loan him more money. But they never changed their loan terms. They made money. There are no victims here. James has wrongly used the power of her office. In her campaign in 2018, she said she was out to get Donald Trump, explicit about it. But what she's done is undermine the rule of law. She has exposed a politicized justice system where justice takes a back seat. Is there a judge in this state who will step in and say enough? Will the New York Bar Association finally say something? Apparently not. And this city will continue to spiral down.
Okay, so we're going to move on to Judge Uriel Glanville, who's the most biased judge in America. And I know that this stuff happens all the time. That's why I say everybody should be looking at what's going on in these courtrooms. And they should be looking to see, this is how the system has worked all the time. So it's funny that the faces have changed because it's been going on like this forever and a day. But when you put it on these women, then it makes it bad. We go from the worst women, they say, on welfare to now we're the worst women in the criminal injustice system. And they all pretend that they care about the babies and the children. They don't ever mention their children. And then they're actually trying to put other people's children in prison for things that they may not have done. And the ones who did the crime have already gone to prison for these acts. So let's look and see what he's doing when Young Thug's attorney, his name is Brian Steele, and he is exceptional, when he tried to get her disqualified for all of the antics and the deceit and the last minute evidence that she hands over. It's just unbelievable how this judge actually has been practicing from the bench, is what I call it. He's working the state's case for them. Oh, yeah, that's fine, Regina. You can disagree because I'm not saying that they should not have us in positions. I say they're ensuring that they won't have us in positions. Not because of the way I think, but by the way they're setting it up by showing us in this light. But I agree wholeheartedly. The system has been broken. This system was not working for nobody but white men, European men, and a few women got in. But they're doing this, I believe, after Barack Obama, for what he did with bringing everybody together. He didn't do anything that we can be happy and brag about. He did do something. He signed the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, but he did an executive order, and as soon as he left office, it was no longer any good. And then he did something for the alphabet, LGBTQ, and he did something for the United States by getting all of those military bases on different countries on the continent of Africa. But I'm talking about what they're doing now. First, we were the welfare mothers. Now we can't even be trusted in the legal system. Even though these women have all the education, I think that's what they're doing, though, actually. I'm not saying that's what I want. I said that's what the system is doing, in my opinion. So, yeah, we can disagree. I don't have a problem with that.
Uh, 3.7. To the defense's arguments and assertion in the first grouping that has been brought to the court's attention on March the 28th and March the 29th of 2024, the court has heard some concerns from Mr. Steele saying that those conversations could not be challenged by any other examination than Ms. Love, and has thus asked the court to disqualify her. The court has considered that particular request, and in regards to the colloquy that is had between Ms. Love and Ms. Bennett, as referenced from the transcript, in the interest of fairness and judicial economy and clarity, the court will unseal the affidavit as it pertains to the material witness warrant that the state sought to comply with to help to facilitate Ms. Bennett's complying with being here as a witness. I will make that available immediately. I will do two things. I will sign an order unsealing that particular affidavit. I will also block out the proprietary information as it relates to Ms. Bennett from that. But Mr. Steele and Mr. Uhowski, I will make the balance of the affidavit in its entirety available, and I believe that will also provide you with information as to others that may satisfy your concerns and in respect to that issue. The second area of communications from the courtroom bench outside the courtroom as it pertains to Ms. Love, I believe that Mr. Uhowski is proffered and stayed in his place, that Chief Investigator Long would be the person, as well as the two victim advocates that can provide information in respect to any communications that may need to be tested or heard of during that particular period as it relates to that issue. And then thirdly, the communications by telephone at various times in states 35 Alpha as it relates to Ms. Love and the witness, Ms. Bennett. The court in reviewing those doesn't find anything that would be other than the one advocate's attempts to seek scheduling and pleasantries with the witness. And for those reasons and applying Bonner and the other cases that the court has cited for purposes of this analysis, I'm going to deny the defense's motion to disqualify Ms. Love. I will also, though, as a caveat to all counsel, just invite you all to just be mindful of witness interviews and the importance of third parties being present for the reasons that our professional code of responsibility tells us, so we don't inadvertently make ourselves as lawyer as witness. So with that, that's the court's ruling. Mr. Uhalski, if you will prepare a suitable order for the court's consideration, send that to Mr. Steele. And if I could get that by next Friday, that would be the 12th of April. That would be fabulous.
Now I want to show y'all how this attorney had to talk to the court outside of the presence of the jury on how he has been treated in front of the jury. And it's unfair. It's really unfair.
To the state, I didn't want to embarrass the court. So you were yelling at me and saying, do you understand me? Do you understand me? And instead of saying, do you understand that you're wrong? I sat here and I said, yes, Your Honor. That was to protect the integrity of this courtroom and the court. Now you say in front of the jury how unprepared I am. I am not unprepared for anything.
Okay,
I have no. I need to make a record. Your Honor,
Mr. Steele, wait a second. When you keep delaying, okay, and that's what's happening to the court. You keep delaying and elongating and pushing out these particular our ability to present a seamless case in front of the jury. That's my purview as a judge. And I've asked you a number of times, you and your colleagues on both sides, to go ahead and listen to whatever it is you need to do, prepare me as needed. Now, I asked you those two particular questions because if they turned over the audio to you in discovery and you've listened to them already, then you either have an objection or you don't have an objection. And I was trying to solicit from you whether or not we could just go ahead and just hear it. So you can imagine my frustration because all these little delays just elongate out the whole our presentation in front of the jury. That's for your benefit, not for mine, Your Honor. So that's why I've told you all at various times during this particular case. It's not because I want to embarrass you, Mr. Steele. It's just that I'm trying to kind of keep this thing presented in a way that the jury can listen to it.
And the court is wrong. What happened was, let me finish, and I'm making this for the record. What happened is, and I don't get embarrassed by you, but I don't want to embarrass you. I made an objection that some of these jail calls have a third party who will not testify. I objected to hearsay. The state said it explains the effect.
Okay, which call? Which call?
These calls, as you.
Okay, well then why aren't we taking them up beforehand?
The state just said. Just now, these are the 3 additional calls that they want to introduce.
All right. Well, then here's your response. I'm going to give you an acceptable response.
Well, I'm going to make my motion. Huh? I need to make my motion.
Judge, there's more to this than we need to listen to these calls.
Right.
Then I would have. No, you didn't say that though. So I wouldn't have had that opportunity. But that's why I keep telling you this. Okay. I mean, like I told you, forewarned judge, a happy judge. All right. So had you just told me up front, Judge, we have not had the opportunity to listen to all of those calls. We've only been able to listen to 2. I want to listen to the other ones. And
I've listened to the calls. I know. I don't know what the third one they're trying to do.
Okay, well,
listen, let me just finish. So you presuppose I don't know what the calls are. Well, I don't know what the third call is because Miss Hilton, who's professional, said, I'll take a break and I'll let you know what it is. But the other 2 calls are the baseball game and at a chicken, they're discussing chicken wings. Or chicken. I understand those calls. There's issues in those calls that you need to address. But I politely make an objection and say, Your Honor, based upon what you told me, which is what you told me, we'll take it up later. I wanted to raise it. You tell in front of the jury how unprepared I am. And let me tell you something. I am not unprepared. I don't appreciate the court telling me that. And you don't, and I asked you, tell the jurors that you were wrong when you admonished me last time. You said you wouldn't do that. This is the second time. And you know what it does to me? I don't care. I'm hurt because you're a court, but I really don't care. But what does it do to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Steele, I'm not trying to personally insult you or hurt your feelings, okay? You are a grown professional advocate. I am a grown professional jurist. And people say things to me that border on the lines of I could take action or not. You have certainly said some of those things to me during the trial of this case. I have let them go. So, sir, that's just the trial. That's just the trial of the case, okay?
No, but that man's life is here.
And you know you're doing a fine job in representing him. Well, but you know what? That's just the way we are right now. But the crux of the issue is, Mr. Steele, and the representatives from the state and everybody else. What happens right now is I have to take a break in order to vet all of these issues, which I'm required to do, Mr. Steele. And that's what is kind of disappointing to me, because I have given you all this administrative time, all these breaks to go ahead and do this, and this is what delays the presentation of this case in front of the jury.
You know, if I would have done what the state did, and I'm not poking anything at Ms. Hilton, you would have said to me, why didn't you share those calls with him before? What, you were out all day today. We didn't start court till 1 o'clock. I would have shared them.
I know you would have.
But the state didn't. I'm not poking fun because I can deal with it. But
well,
the court then steps
but
in.
here's the problem. I have a problem with it because at the end of the day, I got to listen to a 15-minute call.
You don't have to listen to anything.
But
you have to make a ruling.
Yes,
on
but I have to listen to it in order to make the ruling on those. And even if you said you've listened to the chicken call and the baseball call, and if you say there's other issues that come into play, it's better for us to take those things up before I ask for that jury. And I could have done that this morning. I could have done that at another point in time. So, I mean,
I raised this issue to you, and I don't remember the date, but it was days ago. I raised it, and the court said, all right, understood, and we'll take that issue up when it comes. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Sit there and say no objection?
No.
Right.
Not at all.
I said, Judge, it's an issue we need to take up.
Not at all.
And in addition to that, today alone, and this happens, today alone, the state introduced 2 exhibits. I've never been given them before, ever. You know what I did? No problem. No problem. Because I think that's professional. One was a Google map. It needs to be clarified for the record that it was not done on September 11, 2013. And then a map with little dots with 0.4 miles. I've never seen before. But I didn't do anything, Your Honor. I want to move the case. But when the court, it gives me no pleasure in saying this. I believe that this honorable court is biased against Mr. Williams and or his counsel. And I ask you to consider recusing yourself, or don't do this again to me. This is inappropriate to me. I respect you, but what am I supposed to do? Sit there while you do this? I didn't do anything wrong. I did exactly what you teach me to do and the courts teach me to do. But instead, no, I gotta finish this. Then I get told to this court says by Prosecutor Love that I'm not being candid with the court and I'm misrepresenting because Mr. Bean never went to the hospital at Grady on September 11, 2013, and Miss Love has a document on the desk to prove it. I sat right in front of Your Honor at the table, at the bench, and I said, I'd be careful what you say. That's not accurate. Miss Love looked down on me and she said, it is accurate. You said, we'll take a break, figure it out. After the break, you didn't even bat an eye. Ms. Love said, yeah, I was totally wrong. Mr. Steele's right. He was taking a Grady. If I would have done that and called another member of the bar disingenuous, not truthful, no candor, and misrepresenting, you would have had me yelling in front of a jury. You did nothing. You didn't even ask Ms. Love to apologize. I don't want her apology. I don't care about Ms. Love, but I care about the court. And now if you can walk in someone else's shoes just for a minute and see what you're doing to Mr. Williams, because it's hurtful. I'm not the one wasting time. I'm here every day ready to go. I am not wasting the time. I make a motion to ask you to please recuse yourself. I know it has to be in writing within 5 days. If you want me to do that, I'll do it. And it has to go to another judge. But this is what's going on, Your Honor, whether you see it or not. You're yelling at me in front of a jury for nothing. And then you won't apologize. And I did nothing wrong ever on these occasions or others.
I'm going to go ahead and address your motion at this point in time. I'm going to deny your motion at this point in time. And also just direct you that I have the responsibility to control the proceedings in this particular circumstance. Sometimes things get kind of heated, and that's that's the crucible and trial of any particular case. I am not in any way intimating or insinuating that you are not professional, you are not prepared, but the things that I am bringing up to both of you, and I have fussed at both sides for this particular issue of not being prepared in the sense of, and the only reason it affects the trial of the case is it makes the proceedings a lot longer than they should be, because all these things could be taken up. And sometimes if we've got to parse out all these things, as you can see right now, it takes time, and that's what I'm kind of concerned about, having been a jurist for a long time. So, I understand that you're a zealous advocate. You in no way offend me by raising any type of motion. I think you're doing I think that you and the others here are representing your clients well, but sir, I have to be able to control these proceedings. And you at times in these proceedings have not listened to what the court's told you, and I certainly could have explored other options. I didn't. So, I'll tell you that much, for what it's worth.
You allowed a member of the bar yesterday ask a witness who constantly is committing, respectfully, potentially perjury. Did Mr. Steele shut off and turn on the recording? I never did that. I wouldn't do that, and I didn't do that.
Okay, and but sir,
I would have said that question about another member of the bar, prosecution. You would have come over the bench and said, "How dare you?" I sat there and I said, "Outrageous." You denied the motion. I think 3 people made motions to strike or to object. You denied it. Judge, I'm just telling you, the appearance, if not the reality, is not good here. I'm being...
What, to who?
To Mr. Williams.
Okay, but...
Maybe to the others. Maybe
you're his advocate, okay? And that separate issue of whether or not you did what you did, the state accused you of that, they have the right to at least inquire about whether or not that happened. Now, whether or not it happened or not, I'm not making any comment on it, but it goes to bias, it goes to motives to misrepresent.
But that never happened. No good faith.
Okay, but I'm not commenting on that. That's for the jury. That's for the jury to decide.
I asked a question about a missing recording that wasn't given of a statement made by Mr. Bean. And you told me?
And I keep telling you.
Know what you told me? You said, does the state have it? They said no. You said, nothing I can do. I tried to cross on it. You sustained an objection.
Because it doesn't exist at this point in time. Now, if it exists at some point, I told you I'd say it. 1, I tell you, I apologize to you. And then 2, I'll take corrective action against the party or the entity that failed to give you that particular statement.
But the point is, everyone knows he spoke to the detective beforehand.
No, we don't. That's the whole thing. Is you believe it. You honestly believe it, and that's true.
On September 17th, 2013, on recording, Mr. Bean tells that to Detective Quinn. How is that far-fetched? Why would he ever say that? I lied to the other detective. Why would he ever say that? I mean, logic has to come into this courtroom at times. But you stop me from doing it, but you allow another lawyer make up that I'm stopping and starting a recording. And he says, well, I don't recall, I don't remember anything.
Here's the thing, that's why probably Miss Love asked me to put it under seal for the time being, but I mean, I'm not saying anything, but if true, that's a pretty serious accusation.
If true, I'll die right now. How about that, Judge Glanville?
Your Honor, I object to this.
I don't care about her objection. I'm speaking with the
Your
court.
Honor, I object.
I'm
I'd like to
speaking
level
with
an
the court.
objection.
Okay.
I'm speaking
Let
with
him
the
finish,
court.
and then you can state your.
My point is, if you don't see what's going on, it's because you're not viewing it out of the lens
But
of a
Mr. Steele, I can't do that. I have to be the referee. So the jury decides those particular issues of believability and credibility. Now, I'm not getting into the throes of war between you and the state. That's your business, and that is certainly
nothing to do with a throw war.
No, but I mean, it's your ability as an advocate. I told you before, that's your ability as an advocate. All right.
What I'm saying is, you said in front of this jury, I was unprofessional. I am not unprofessional. You were wrong.
I think at that particular point in time, given the totality of what happened, that's what the court's assessment was. Sir, I am.
But it was wrong.
It's a snippet in time. Mr. Steele, you're a very good attorney, but I'm a professional jurist, and you may not like some of the rulings that I make, and you may not like the way that the trial is going at a particular point in time. That's for all advocates. Ms. Love and her colleagues, I've told them the same thing. But I think that, my job as the referee is to give you a fair trial. And that's what I'm going to do.
Well, I hope that's true. But you just told the jury I'm unprepared. And I am prepared. I don't understand why you would say that.
Both of you, and I'll level this against the state. Both of you, that's being unprepared, because that I have to then listen to this to rule on it.
I understand, but I'm the only one that the jurors here, the court, take ire with. Ever. Without an apology, without...
Oh, I think I've taken Miss Love and Miss Hilton and her colleagues to task many times.
No, I've heard you yell.
I've taken them to task as well.
I've heard you say to her, stop interrupting me, answer my questions.
That's taking them to task?
The jurors never heard that. Ever. So I ask for a continuing recusal motion. And I know it's not in writing, but I assume that you're ruling on it right now. That's what you're saying.
Well, one, you got to put it in writing, but I mean, I'll rule on it at this point in time. I'm going to deny the motion, but you need to put it in writing if that's what you wish to do, and I'll appropriately.
I'm also asking for a mistrial based upon your statements. I think I made that clear, but I'm asking for a mistrial.
Okay, now, Ms. Love.
I don't think it's a fair forum for Mr. Williams.
Okay.
And I don't want to ask for a mistrial, but I have no choice when the court is saying what it said, and I'm not going to repeat it in front of a jury. That's hurtful. And I'm not saying me. I mean, regardless of what I think of it, it's hurtful to Mr. Williams getting a fair trial.
Okay, and we're getting ready to do our very last video and bringing this to a close. And this is one on Bonnie Willis and the Trump trial may be halted. This is because the court decided to hear the appeal. And so this will be the last video, and then I'll come back and we'll get ready to say good night. One moment.
Developing right now, a decision announced this morning by the Georgia Court of Appeals makes it even more unlikely that former President Donald Trump will be tried here this year. Fox 5 team reporter Randy Travis is here. And Randy, Trump's challenge to DA Fani Willis's involvement in the case will be allowed to go forward to the appeals court.
That's right, Christine. Yeah, this is not like the immunity challenge being considered right now by the U.S. Supreme Court. This all relates to the DA's decision to assistant in the case, Nathan Wade. Trump and several of his co-defendants accused Willis of having a conflict of interest in the prosecution because some of the money she was paying Wade, he spent on her when the two vacationed together. They each testified that the expenses were roughly split between the two of them. Well, Scott McAfee, the judge in the case, agreed their explanations did not pass the smell test. He called it an odor of mendacity, which means he thought someone was not being truthful. Still, he allowed Fani Willis and her office to continue the prosecution as long as Wade was removed from the case. He was that same day. But many of the defendants asked for permission to challenge the decision to leave Willis in place. Today, the Court of Appeals granted that request, likely bringing the case to a halt for some time. Attorney Manny Aurora represented Ken Chesborough, one of the four defendants who earlier pled guilty to reduced charges.
I think it's the right decision because there are some vague statutes involved here based on what the defense had raised and sort of the complexity of the whole situation. And obviously the unique nature of the fact that it involves a presidential prosecution. So what will happen next is there'll be a briefing schedule, which will take probably several months, and then possibly oral argument, then eventually a decision. So I wouldn't expect to have any resolution to this issue prior to the end of the year.
In a written statement, Trump attorney Steve Sadow said President Trump looks forward to presenting interlocutory arguments to the Georgia Court of Appeals as to why the case should be dismissed and Fulton County DA Willis should be disqualified for her misconduct in this unjustified, unwarranted political persecution. The DA's office had no comment, Christine, but again, trial not expected till at least 2025. If at all, depends on what happens in the election come November.
Now, for clarification, for people wondering, does that mean that trial comes to a halt for former President Trump or for all of the co-defendants on the case?
For all of them. I was talking to one of the other defense attorneys for one of the other co-defendants a few weeks ago, and he said that they were preparing for the possibility, because of that immunity question going on from the Supreme Court right now, that maybe Fani Willis might sever Donald Trump from the case and just prosecute the remaining 14, go forward with them, try to get that going before the election this fall. But that's not going to be the case now. Nothing is happening in this case until at least next year.
Wow, so many twists and turns in this whole thing that we've been following.
All this case is done, and Young Thug's case, and all cases against Donald Trump has shown us the greed of human behavior. That's why we know it's only one race, and that's the human race. Doesn't matter what ethnicity you claim or nation you're from, because nation has to do with nationality. Nationality has to do with nativity. It's your bloodline where you come from. So if you remember that and just treat everybody with respect as a human, because that's what we are. And we're more alike than we are different. A lot of people don't want to believe that, but that's the truth. We're more alike than different. We have different life situations, which brings on different behaviors, but it's all human behavior. And so I want to thank everybody for staying with me this long, and we're going to get ready to close out. I'd like to know, and y'all can put it in the chat or put it in the comments, if we would want to have an open discussion with any of you, if you would like to come up and talk about real life issues or talk about anything or give your opinion on the things that we talk about. I'm very open to that idea for the people that support me. It's very important that we get to not only hear someone else's opinion, but to voice our opinion. And if you don't want to get a YouTube channel, then you have a home here when you come. And just know that you're welcome. I just don't drop my link a lot. But it is something that can be done. And it's something that we as adults need to talk about. Real life issues. You know, I love the entertainment factor. Some of these people are so good with their editing. It's awesome. I'm not that great and I do what I can. But long as we get the story out, the truth and the facts. Okay, Regina made it back for closing. We're so glad. Yeah, but if anybody, and Regina, I'm going to start researching on the Electoral College because I think that will be interesting, very interesting. I know a little bit about it, but I don't quite understand it, but I understand it has to do with the delegates and all that kind of stuff. So that's very something good that we all need to just brush up on. I don't ever take anybody's word for it. Yeah, I don't care how good I sound and how good I am, and I do everything in honor. I truly do. But, you know, I can be wrong. And that's one of the things as humans, we're sometimes wrong. Even with the best of intentions. You know, they said the road to, you know, the fireplace is paved with good intentions. So we can mean well and cause so much harm and hurt to others. But we're going to just keep it moving, and we're going to try to keep talking about these people, exposing this stuff. We need to have real dialogue about real life issues. And one thing I like about Regina, she always let me know, and this is Tosh Tariq Bey teaches this as well. Just like you want somebody to do the right thing and to go the right way, they have the right not to. If they choose not to, you have to give them that respect because they have the right to not want it. Just because you want it for them, don't make them have to want it. So on that note, we're going to go out with my favorite little children of the future. I want to thank Alicia again for the super chat. Consider becoming a member to the channel. It really helps me out. And I have memberships as little as 99 cents, which I don't know if that would really help me out because they take a percentage. But I have 99, 199, 299, 399, those amounts. And if your budget can allow it, please take a look at them and consider joining. If anybody has a massage envy in their town, if they would send me an email, because I try to give one away every month, but nobody ever contacts me. I think I've given away about 6 massages. I have so many. Because I don't get out much now, they just accumulate every month, and I have too many for me to cancel my membership. I would have spent way too much money to just let them go away, and that's what would happen. I can only give away one every 6 months, and I can only give away one to the same person every 6 months, but every month I can give away one to a different individual. So if anybody may be interested in a massage, please feel free to email me at the email address. It's not that email address, cyjourn1026 at gmail.com. You could email me at that one too that's scrolling by, but the cyjourn1026 at gmail.com. If anybody also would want the Silent Weapons PDF file and the Black's Law Dictionary, all you have to do is email me as well, and I can send it to you. It is your choice. It's nothing you have to do. It's just something that I do. Okay, we can't do it. Yeah, you know, they just had a big thing about the gerrymandering just not too long ago. I think that the Supreme Court went along with the people changing the map, and then they tried to change the maps in Louisiana, but they didn't go along with those people. So yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, because they had a big deal down there. Their mayor is funny. She's not doing all of this kind of stuff, but I think they accuse her of all these trips and being with dating and stuff. And this one lady just accused her of stalking her, and so she filed a TPO. I think that may get her in trouble, but the lady went and filed against her filing the TPO, so that's going to be interesting. But it's just too much that's happening that ought not be happening, and it's going to be devastating for most of us. I can tell you that right now. They're gentrifying everywhere you go. Over in our neighborhood, they're building $300,000 and $400,000 homes, but every time all of a sudden now it rains, our electricity is knocked out, and sometimes it's block by block. Make me think that they're actually blacking us out. I could be wrong. I doubt it, but I could be. I don't know that to be true. That's just one woman's opinion. Everything I say is just my opinion. I don't have a conspiracy for nobody to, engage in. We all have thoughts, and as adults, we have a right to use our own minds. They consider us minorities, so they consider us minors, but we really are of age, and we have lived life, and we have a semblance of freedom of speech. Although we know that corporations rule the world, and this is certainly a corporation, and they have community guidelines, and we try to stay within them, and hopefully I do. But sometimes you don't know. You think that you just put out a great show, and they'll find something that you said that says that it's not good for all advertisement. But you hear these people call each other all kind of names and stuff, and I don't know if they're getting paid or not, but they say they are, so who knows? All I know is it's a better way, and we ought to be trying to be found doing a better way. Okay, Moonchild, I'm just so glad you were able to join us. Oh no, Regina, you're not. These are things that we need to discuss. I wish I could really discuss the true politics, but that they won't allow. But we can discuss what we can discuss. Because one thing we know, Regina, our people were not taught politics. So it's so much we don't know. And because we are so far behind, and there are so many people with so much information, you can actually get put to sleep trying to seek truth. But if you diligently seek it, you'll find it, and you'll know it. You'll know the truth. But a lot of things that's going on, it's just really life and human behavior. And when you're unlearned, and then we're so emotional, all we do is speak out of our emotions as opposed to speaking out of our intellect. And that's kind of what gets us. So I understand, no, I don't have a problem. The only thing I would have a problem with is if I didn't understand it and couldn't explain it. But other than that, no, you give great topics and great advice. So I want to appreciate all 7 that stayed with us. And again, if you didn't hit the like button, consider hitting the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel and share the video with someone, or just tell them to check out Toothless and ask them to subscribe. And by all means, consider becoming a member. One of the things they do is, this is supposedly a second stream of income, although for me it seems like it costs me more than I get. But it is a second stream, so you can always give a super chat or you can give a Cash App, or you can become a member, or you can keep coming back and hit the like button. You know, it's kind of like church. You know, when you first go to church, they say, come as you are, and we just want you to come. And then after a while, the preacher start preaching, talking about you taking up the air, and you're not putting nothing in church, and start making you feel bad. But you don't have to feel none of that here. I do accept Cash Apps and Super Chats. I also accept people coming and listening and paying attention. You know, one thing I believe, that it's written that your gift will make room for you and bring you before great men. And I know people spend their money on whatever they choose to. And so it's a choice. And that's why we're here. But what I do is what I do. I do this because I love doing it and I love sharing it. And so on that note, I'm going to see. It's scary how corporations own most of the rentals in our communities. Yeah, that's all who own them. And then they call you every day, want to know if you want to sell. Every day. And some of this, I believe, is cutting the lights up and all this stuff, leaving them out for 3 and 4 days. It's just hard to believe. I live moments from downtown Dallas where the police department is. There's so many businesses, big businesses. It's very hard to believe that our electricity could be so bad in a storm that it would have us. Sunday we were out 12 hours, and then Monday night, Tuesday morning we were out until Thursday night at 7 p.m. It's unbelievable. So I believe that that's another part of just gentrification and trying to just, push you out. Because now, everybody wants to come back to the city that did the white flight. Now they want to come back to the city and be in the know and, all of that good stuff. But my mom was a maid, and she actually left her children a home. And so we will be here until our last day. And hopefully that's many days away. And that's our intent anyway. We had a fire in 2013 and we rebuild. And so our house appraised for much, much more. But the thing of it is, they're building homes that's almost 2 times the amount of our home. And now you're building all these $300,000 and $400,000 homes, and you want us to believe that all of these people are without electricity as well? Make it make sense. I used to hear people say that all the time, make it make sense. And I know that's a cute little saying. I don't know who started it, but it makes you want to say, make it make sense. The system is not built for you to really own your property these days. It is not meant to be passed down to your children or next generation. No, it's not. Not for us. They did away with that when they did away with the allodial titles. If you read anybody's deed, when they started coming up with deeds, you'll read on that document that you're just like sharecropper. You're a tenant. You're not the owner, no matter if you paid it off and you have the deed. Just read them. And now they're getting, a little smarter and wording words a little bit different. We also have to start picking up on our, linguistics. They give us actually connotative language as opposed to denotative language. So we think that we're saying things that are correct, but actually we're saying all the wrong things. And we don't even realize it. It's so much, again, that we don't know. And it's just not Asiatic people. It's the masses, because they view us all the same. A lot of people say discrimination is hegemony. It's one group dominating over the other, and Silent Weapons just explain that beautifully. We have to start paying attention and quit looking for reasons to not like each other and find reasons to hear what the other one is saying, because we probably could really help one another. That's a long time without power. It is. Whose power? I must say. LP and L. is on it, and even during hurricanes. Yeah, well, one thing, we don't get hurricanes, but tornadoes come our way. And we had a few that came around and about our neighborhood, but we don't necessarily get them in my neighborhood, but they have come close by. But no, I think it's a plan. I really do, Moonchild. Because, see, Texas has its own grid. And I've heard they tried to go back on somebody else's grid, but we've had our own grid for a long time. And so Texas is a whole different breed of a state. They really still operate autonomously. They really do. And you can tell that by everything is big in Texas. But we know that there's a lot of things happening in this United States, as they call it. A lot of things that are happening, and we need to start being more mindful and paying attention to what is being said in these meetings, not just when they're laughing and talking about each other. A lot of this stuff is these women are vying for positions, what committee they're going to sit on next, and what position they're going to take, if they'll ever get to move to the Senate and not just be a representative. So it's so many things that we are not aware of, and we actually put these people in a position to misuse us. And Moonchild, it's like you said earlier, the Letitia woman is worth $15,000, and isn't it amazing? Fonnie Willis is supposed to be worth $8 million, $15 million you said for her, but Fonnie is supposed to be worth $8 million. How do you go to a job that pays you $150, I'm gonna say $200,000 a year, and in 4 years become an $8 million strong? Now all of a sudden you have this excellent portfolio where you putting money in all these stocks and stuff, when before you were broke. You said when you did the book that you didn't even have money. So we need to just start looking at things for what it really is. Oh, that's right. The cost of power was outrageous during the flood years ago. Yeah, they be charging us outrageous, period. In the wintertime, we had 1 week of ice, and my light bill went to $480 some odd dollars. My light bill is never that high. But for the 1 week of ice, that's how they do us. So it's really sad. And then I'll tell you another thing I think about too is using different companies. You know, we have what we call TXU, and they had for a long time a monopoly on our electricity. Encore is our main source, but TXU was the biggest electricity company in the state of Texas, and then they started bringing in other companies. So I think when you go with these other companies, that's another thing that they do. It's all manipulation and silent weapons. That's all it is. And so once we learn what it is, then we can learn how to deal with it. And the best thing to do is just do what you can to make life better for you. That's the best thing you can do. And like I said, if anybody wants those books, email me. And I'm going to say good night, everyone. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.